Hi.
Hi, are you sure you can prepare for product based companies through this course?
Yes, sitting at home?
No way!
Yes, way. Don't delay. Enroll now.
Geeks learning together.
Hi and welcome to Geeks for Geeks. Now, before me introducing, let me add the other team members. Hi Yash, hi Abhinav.
Hi Siddharth, how are you?
Hi Siddhartha,
Yeah, I'm
yes.
fine. What about you all?
Okay.
Okay,
So what are we doing
let us
today?
begin. We are before what are we doing? Let us first introduce ourselves. What say?
Okay, sure. So Abhinav, you can start.
Yeah.
Okay. So, hello guys, this is Abhinav Avasthi. I am currently working as a data structures and algorithms mentor at Geeks. I am a ICPC regionalist, a 5-star at CodeChef, and expert at Code Forces. So, that's about myself.
Okay. Yes, you.
Okay, and people also want to know. People also wanted to know which new Apple brand you have, like Apple thing you have bought recently. Anything new?
Yeah.
No.
Abhinav is
Recently,
getting very new these days.
no. It's just a MacBook I have purchased, and that's all.
Okay, so
Originally star
see, if you see,
that is acquired
if
recently.
audience will see,
What
yeah.
about
So
that,
if audience
Abhinav?
will see, if your
Yeah. Please keep on
ICPC
going.
regionalist,
Yeah,
yeah.
Abhinav.
So if audience will
Abhinav is
look at
not
the
replying.
background, so audience can see that Abhinav's background is the best amongst all three of us. So all of you can write Abhinav background OP in the chat. Just
No,
quickly
that
for
is,
the
yeah,
Hindi
background,
OP.
like Abhinav has the best background. You can
no,
understand the
no.
background that he's having. He has bought
I've
a new
just
house now.
exactly,
So all of you
Okay,
can quickly,
काफी पैसे.
if you can quickly write yes in the chat if you like Abhinav's background. Okay,
Yeah,
uh,
let's see.
great. Now,
Okay,
Siddharth, can you please
Vanshika,
quickly introduce yourself as well?
me. Okay. So hi everyone, I'm Siddhartha Hazra. Currently, I'm an SD intern and mentor at Geeks. I'm a candidate master, a regionalist. Okay, so let's move forward to Yash.
Okay. So, hi everyone. My name is Yash Dwivedi. Currently, I'm working as an associate mentor intern for DSA at GeeksforGeeks. I'm a candidate master on Code Forces and 5-star on Code Chef.
Okay,
Okay.
Yash
So,
background
Siddharth,
OP.
what are okay? So, what are we doing today, Siddharth?
So today, basically, what it would be a kind of chill stream kind of thing where we would be getting the SDE sheet and we would be specifically picking up problems from string today, and we would be taking up like each mentor would start from the very basic level till he goes to the medium or the hard level. Okay, so I would start, then following me, Yash would do, and then following him, Abhinav would do. So can you quickly, Yash, can you quickly show us how to access the SDE sheet? So while Yash is showing us how to access the
Yeah,
SDE
sure.
sheet, yeah, share your screen. Don't add it to the stream, and I would add it to the stream when you open the link.
Okay, great. So, Siddharth, you can share my screen now.
Okay, fair enough. It's already shared. Okay, you can just open this.
Okay. So, okay, let's start. So, as we know that we have been doing these live streams in which we take 4 hours, 4 hours or 5 hours long live stream where we solve the problems that are there in the GFG SD sheet so that we have a good practice. So, there are two ways of accessing the GFG SD sheet. For those who are new, I am telling this. For those who already know this, it's very great. So, what I'll be doing is if you go to Google and you search GFG SD sheet, then you will get this link. The very first link that you will get, you can see that you will get the GFG SD sheet link. So as you know that GFG has a lot of resources. So besides all the other resources, GFG also has a SD sheet. Now, if I'll scroll down, so you can see that in this SD sheet, we have everything. Like you can see that the first topic that we are getting here is arrays. And as you know that we have already covered arrays. And now what is the difference here? You can see that we have a set of curated problems in this SDE sheet, 186 to be precise. You can see that we have the article link, associated with the problem. Then we have the practice link, the coding platform we have associated, like we have the GFG practice link so that you can solve this particular problem. And we also have the video editorial for it. Like this is not a normal video editorial. This video editorial has been prepared by our best of the best mentors, because if you will see, this particular video editorial has been prepared by Soham sir, who is currently working at Google. So our best of the best mentors prepare these videos. So now coming back down, so if you will see, then there is searching and sorting. After this, you can see hashing topic is there. Then matrix topic is also there. After that, string topics is also there. So the good thing today is that we are covering strings. Why? Because topic was a lot in demand. So we'll be covering the string topic in detail, starting from the easy problem till the medium hard level. Okay. Now, Siddharth, someone will say that solving the problems on this article is very difficult. So is there any other
Yes.
alternative for this? Yes, there is
Yes.
another alternative. Now what you can do, if you will search for GFG practice platform, so you can quickly search for GFG practice, and now the very first
Okay.
link that you get, you will click on this particular link. Then you can go to problem section. So once you click on the problem tab, so you can see that by default the SD sheet has been selected in amongst the curated list. By default, the SD sheet link, you can see that it is selected here. And now you can see that total 186 problems are there. So today we'll be solving the problems which will have the tag of string. So now if I'll go to this particular topic section and I will search for a string here, then I can click on the string part. So after this, total 28 problems are there based on strings. It is not specifically strings. It can have dynamic programming, it can have hashing or other topics, but you can see these problems are there. So that is what we'll be solving today. So first of all, Siddharth will be starting off with the stream. So Siddharth will be starting with a bunch of problems. Then after that, I'll be taking over. I'll be taking the lead for them there. And in the end, Abhinav will be going. So is this clear to everyone?
Yeah, it's clear because I have already stated that. Okay, so quickly unshare your screen. If you so, I would just unshare your screen. You just remove it. Okay, so now let me make the agenda of this stream very clear. So if you observe the SDE sheet that is given, so you would see that there are editorials for the problem itself. Like for each problem, suppose we did it for array, and the array editorials are already present. But the main agenda of this stream or the main goal of this stream is to get the problems of arrays, like to get the patterns. Okay. So how to solve the problems, like how to take on this, okay, like when to solve. The goal is not the solution. The goal is how to get to the solution. This is the main goal of this problem, okay, of this stream. Okay, so fast forward. Okay, so yes, so let me make it very clear. This would be a live stream for the next 4 hours. To be specific, 3 hours, 50 minutes. After that, this video would be available in the video section of Geeks for Geeks practice. Okay, so now let me clear the goal of this stream also before starting off. The goal of the stream is to get 1000 likes, and if we receive 1000 like, we would allocate a task to Abhinav that is recommended by you. So please recommend a task that can be allocated to Abhinav, and the feasible and the funny one would be allocated to him. If we get 1000 likes, we would be executing it. Not promising it, but we would be trying to execute it. Okay, take it as a fun, not a statement. Okay, fair enough. So let us
So
start.
all of you can quickly suggest us what you will want Abhinav to do if we get 1000 likes in the live stream. During the live stream, if we get
So
1000 likes, then what do you want
let's
Abhinav to
let's
perform?
let's decide
Whatever
let's
you will say,
decide it
we
let's decide it after the 1K
whatever you
likes.
will say.
No, let's fix the
If we
agenda
get
first.
1000 likes, then if we'll get 1000 likes, me and Siddharth will make sure that Abhinav will perform whatever you will say.
Absolutely.
So you want him to sing,
Okay,
dance,
we
everything you
would
can tell
force
us.
Abhinav. Okay, fair enough. So, okay. So let me just share it the screen. You add it to the stream accordingly. Let me remove it as of now, and I will tell you when to share it. Okay, just let me open the board. Okay, now let us start. Yes, you can add my string.
Okay. You can, Siddharth, you can reset the editor.
Which one? Okay, fair enough. Sorry about that. Okay, fair enough. So we are ready to start. So before moving forward, okay,
Uh, so before we start,
please,
all of you can hit the like button as well and give us a +1 as well in the comments.
I'm not able to find the pen of my pen tab. Please, yes, fill the gap.
Okay,
Take mine.
sure. So shall I take the lead from here? Abhinav,
Yeah, sure,
will you
yes.
like? Okay.
Sure. If you want, I can also start. It's not a, we can just take the basics of the strings now for now, before starting.
I got it, man.
Welcome back.
Okay.
Okay, fair enough. So let's start. Okay, so before added to the string, yeah. So before starting off, want to convey a very important thing. So each character is mapped with a number that is known as ASCII code. Okay, so let me make it very clear. Suppose A is mapped with a number. Let's suppose X, and B would be mapped with a number X plus 1. C is mapped with a number X plus 2. Similarly, D would be mapped with a number x plus 3. Okay, so this ordering would follow from lowercase a to lowercase z, and the same ordering. Okay, so this would be kind of z equals to x plus 25. Okay, we can say that. Same goes for capitalized A also. A would start with X. Okay, this won't start with X, this would start with Y. Okay, suppose this would start with Y. B would start with Y plus 1. C would start with Y plus 2. D would start with Y plus 3. And same goes for uppercase Z would go till Y plus 25. Okay, and in the same way 0 would be mapped with the other value z, and we keep moving forward 1 to z plus 1, and then we would keep going to 9, that is z plus 8. So what I'm talking about, x, y, and z. So these are the
Uh,
values that you need to remember. Yeah.
Siddharth, you can do one thing. Your screen was not actually visible, so you can again walk us through the problem once again.
Okay, my screen wasn't visible. Now is it visible?
Yeah, now it's visible. Now it's perfectly visible.
Okay, fair enough. Sorry about that. I was writing. So I won't write it again because you already heard me. So what I want, just what I was telling, I just wrote it. Where A would be mapped with a value X, B would be mapped with a value X plus 1, and the same consecutive things would happen till the point of Z. Z would be mapped with a value X plus 25 itself. Okay, and the same goes for uppercase and the same goes for 9. You need to remember this pattern. This pattern is absolutely very easy to remember. The consecutive values would have a greater value. Okay, so summarizing up till this point in Hindi so that people would have a better understanding is, see, हर एक कैरेक्टर एक नंबर के साथ जुड़ा हुआ रहता है. ओके, अगर ए के बाद बी में जाएंगे और ए का वैल्यू सपोज 5 है तो बी का वैल्यू 6 होगा, सी का वैल्यू 7 होगा. Now the question arises, what is the value of x, y, z? Okay, the values of x, y, z are different. And suppose you are not able to remember it. Suppose you are not a person who can memorize, okay, or you forget things very easily. So there is a very easy thing that you can do. The very easy thing is, what you can do is you can just, I would be just opening my setup, and this is the very simple template that we get to use. And what we would do is we would declare a char, okay, char c, and we would name it with the value we want to find. Suppose we want to find the value of a, okay, then int b is equals to the value of c. So we would simply get the ASCII code by assigning it to an integer in C++. Okay, so now what I can do is I can just get the value of b. So see, if you want to get the value of a, it is equal to 97. So let us quickly write this value. So we can say that A equals to 97. Now let us confirm some value, like let us confirm the value of D. Okay, D should be 97 plus 3. X is 97, so 97 plus 3 should be 100. So D should be mapped with the value 100. So let us quickly see that. So D is mapped with a value that is 100. So let me delete the test cases. Okay, so that is how it is happening. Okay, and the same goes for A also. Okay, so let us quickly assign this with a capital A. Okay, now let us run this, and we have a value 65. So Y is now nothing but 65, and this value should be 65 plus 25. So let us see this value also, uppercase Z. Let us see this value, and it is equal to 90, which is indeed 65 plus 25. Okay, so now just let me have it as 90, and then we just would find the value of 0, because I think that this is true. Okay, I have done enough proving and all. So 0 is mapped with a value 48. So this is the value of X, Y, and Z we would be using for the rest of the stream. And even if you don't remember 97, 65, and 48, please don't get panicked. Okay, you don't need to do a Google search. Suppose Google search is not even allowed. Okay, these are things. You can simply do a C in, C out, and you can solve the purpose. To be honest, scene also not required. Just write one-liner code and it would be done. I hope this makes a point. So yes, someone please mute the other two mentors. Please, can you mute yourself? Because I think someone is talking in the background for someone. Okay, fair enough. So now, is this till this point it is clear or not? So quickly tell me if these things are clear to you or not. So I would just quickly remove it from the screen. So please tell me quickly that things are clear to you or not. What is the difference between ASCII and Unicode? This is out of the scope, I think. Clear? Okay, okay. We can move forward with this. Okay, so won't be wasting much time. So let us go to the very first problem. Okay, so now the very first problem is, I will just paste this. Okay, so in this problem, what
So
you need to
audience
do.
can have a look at the problem as well. Yes, Siddhartha, carry on.
Okay, fair enough. So this problem is very easy to understand from the problem statement itself. This problem tells us to find the first repeated characters, okay, in the whole string. So translating the same in Hindi would be पहला character जिसका occurrence एक से ज़्यादा है और सबसे पहली character इस तरफ से left hand side से. Okay, fair enough. Let us just analyze the test case and it would make more sense. Yeah, fair enough. So if you observe G, now let us see. It is the first character which has more than one occurrence. Okay, so G is this. See, E is the first character which has more than two occurrence. So more than one occurrence is completed by E before G. Because see, if we just move forward till this point, then see, we came here till this point. Just a sec, yeah. So we came here at this point. Then we have here G. So till now, the count of G is 1. Then we went to E, and the count of E is 1. Then after that, we went to E, and we had the count of 2. So this is this one. So is the problem not visible? Please keep the display of the problem. Let me just refresh it.
It
I think
it
so.
is visible, Siddharth. It is visible.
Problem is visible?
Yes, it is visible for me.
Yeah, I'm just
Audience can tell
refreshing.
us.
Actually,
Yeah,
I think that it is not loading in the normal ID. I think Siddharth. So guys, No problem. Means you can just check it out
So
from here only.
okay, let's give them few minutes to read. We have 4 hours. Even if we just give them 2 3 minutes, I don't think that would be much of an issue. Okay, just quickly take your 1 minute for those who are not visible, keeping a track. Okay, so क्या करवाया जाए अभिनव से? What should Abhinav do if we complete the target of 1K likes? Till then, let us talk about this. Like counter is absolutely very low. The number of live watching is 139 and the number of likes is just 107, where more than 80 has already been completed before the stream. So only around 10% has liked the video.
Now it's 200.
Huh? Okay, I don't.
It's 200.
Okay, sorry, I didn't
Uh,
load. Okay, okay, it's 205 now after my saying. At least five of them were motivated
Also,
out of.
also, guys, we have a surprise for you all. So just be in the stream. So probably we will reveal it after an hour. Siddharth, yes. What do you say?
Sure.
you can
It's
reveal
your
it now
birthday.
only if you want.
Is
For
it
for
your
Okay,
me,
just
no
birthday?
problem.
let's wait for 250 likes and then we will reveal our surprise, na?
Okay. Okay. Fair enough.
Fine.
Let's wait till this point. Okay. Okay, fair enough. So I think this is done. So let us just read the problem statement again. So we are given a string and the task is to find the first repeated character in it. We need the character that occurs more than one, whose index of the smallest occurrence, okay, second occurrence is smallest. S contains only lowercase. Okay. So this is saying this that the first number, translating just the same, the first number and the second occurrence should be completed first. That is why G has also occurrence of 2 and E has also occurrence of 2, if you observe. But E is completing its second occurrence previous than the G itself. See, if we move from here till this point, so if we move from here till this point, then we can see G is not completing its second occurrence, but E has been able to complete it. So is the problem statement complete? Is the problem statement understood? Well, can I have a quick yes or no in the chat? Just quickly give me a one in the chat. One means it's understood and I would move forward. Zero means it has not been understood. Just quickly tell me. Or you don't need to say yes or no. Just relax. Just give me one. Acknowledge it. Okay, fair enough. So how to solve this problem? See, solving this problem in the first occurrence, okay, suppose this problem is given to you by the interviewer. So see, you need to tell him the most basic approach. Okay, the most basic approach would be that we would be trying to keep a count. See, we know that we need to try to keep a count. So we would store the second occurrence of each of the string by somehow. See, G's second occurrence we would store, E's second occurrence we would store, and we can say something like that. But let's not go to that brute force much because it would confuse you a lot. Okay, so let's stick to this point. So see, we can do something like if we are incrementing, just even if you observe this manually, you can see that the first character is G is equals to 1. Okay, then when we move forward, we observe that now E's occurrence from 0, it has been till the value 1. Initially, the occurrence of all the alphabets is taken to be 0. I hope I'm clear till this point. Next, if we move
Yes, you're clear.
forward, we can see E is complete by 2 now. Okay, so we need to store it somewhere, we need to remember it. So we need to store it somewhere and we need to remember it. So how would you think, Abhinav or Yash, how do you think that we can store it?
Uh,
The first approach.
I'm thinking I'm thinking that maybe I can use some data structure, maybe some standard data structure, or maybe array for storing the frequency of the elements.
Okay, so
That is
what
what
are
is
the
coming to
data
my mind.
structures? What are the data structures available in C++? Tell me.
It's unordered map or map in C++ that I can have for storing
Let
the frequencies.
let's let's take the example of map. Okay, then for and then others, any other we have.
Can you just store it in the map, or you can store it in some other data structure? Audience will comment. can we just store the frequencies of a particular of characters of a string in just map, or can we do something much more better than that at times?
See, yes, see, there is also one more thing, that if the given one is a number, and we have a thinking that if the number is less than 10 to the power 5, we can move forward with an array also. Can do we norm generally do this? If it is an integer which is less than 10 to the power 5. If we want to hash some values which is less than equal to 10 to the power 5, we generally take the advantage of an array. Am I true, Yash?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, but there is one more thing to it. If even if the number is more than 10 to the power 5, or even if the number is 10 to the power 5 till 10 to the power 10, this can also be hashed in an array by using the concept of coordinate compression. So this is altogether a different thing, but I just told that feasibility is there. So the main difference by on using map or an array lies on the concept that what is the range of the number. If the number is ranging from 1 till the value of 10 to the power 10, then most of the times you won't be able to move forward with an array. Okay, so please keep that in mind, because you're talking with respect to the online judges. Okay, fair enough. So now let's take the examples of this. So doing this in map, if it is an unordered map, okay, if it is an unordered map, okay, if it is an unordered map, the worst time complexity of an unordered map is what? Yes,
Order of n.
order of n and order of 1 in average cases. But we won't take the average case. Why? Because the online compilers would be there that would test your problems inside out. So take the assumption that unordered map has a time complexity of big O of n. If we take map, what would be the time complexity, Yash?
If you take map, so for every query, I think it will be log n.
Absolutely. It would be login. And if we take an array, the time complexity is big of 1. So now we can see that if somehow, if this was an integer, somehow you can use the array itself and it would be done. Can this be done or not? Yes, this can be done. So let's move back to the problem. Okay, let's not elaborate this much. So if the problem is all about finding the occurrence, that means we need to hash it. Means we need to remember what is the occurrence. See, just see the chronology. First, we are saying that we need to remember. Remember means hashing. Hashing means the data structure, map, and an array. Okay, so we can see that array is better than map. So try to get to the very good data structure, most appropriate data structure, but this is not an integer. But we have just seen that each character can be decomposed into its ASCII value. So we can say that G can be composed with what? Okay, G can be composed with something. Let us just quickly see the value of G. G can be decomposed to 103. Okay, so G can be decomposed to the value 103. And we can see that in the problem statement, if you just observe, okay, if you just observe that S contains only lowercase characters. So S contains only lowercase characters. So this means that we can decompose all the characters in a set from what? A can be decomposed to a value 97, and we can go till the value Z, and the value would be X plus 25. So 97 plus 25, which would be 122. Let us just quickly confirm this also. Yes, absolutely. Okay, fair enough. So this is how it can be decomposed. So each character can be done. So now if we move forward, we can see that if we use an array of size 122, it can be done. But don't you think that the space from 1 0 till the value 96, it is being wasted. It is being wasted. Because see, the hashing would start from 97. Translating the same in Hindi is that see, A का वैल्यू तो 97 से शुरू होगा, Z का वैल्यू 22 तक जाएगा. अब 97 to 22 तक ही मेरी जरूरत है, तो 0 से लेके 96 की तो कभी जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी, तो वो वैल्यूज तो वेस्ट हो रही है. What can be the optimization to save that wastage? Tell me.
See, Siddharth is saying that only you have to see. Siddharth is saying that in this problem, they have mentioned that you will only get small case characters. Okay. You will get only 26 lowercase alphabets from A to Z, from small a to small z. You will get this thing. Now, the thing is that if you will have 256 size, that is what Siddharth is saying, that if you will have this space for 256 characters, that don't you think that a lot of space will be wasted? You can write a yes in the chat if you think the same. You think so, guys? You think the same? That a lot of space is going to be wasted? Because if you just have smaller characters given, that is from small a till small z, then if you will use 256 space, then that will take a lot of space.
Okay, so we can use array list, but how to use? Okay, so yes, what is this name of MK? Let's give him a shout out. Please tell your name, MK, if you want. Absolutely not a compulsion itself. So what we can do is we can see that we have 97, we have 98, and we have 99, and we have 100. So what is the common thing here? So we can just remove the common thing. See, the common thing that is available in till the value 100 is the 97 value. So what we can do is we can just subtract the value of 97. So if we subtract the value of 97, then A would be mapped with a value 0, B would be mapped with a value 1, C would be mapped with a value 2, and D would be mapped with a value 3. This is what you can do. Okay? Fair enough? So now the array structure would be such that from each of the index, we would subtract the value of 97. So to make it more simple, what we would do is we would subtract the value of A itself. Okay, so what would be the kind of code? The kind of code would be absolutely dynamic in nature. Okay, so we would just check at each step. So it would be this kind of structure. First, we would make, so let's just write the values. Okay, let's just write the values and it would be sufficient enough. Okay, so initially G is equals to 0, E is equals to 0. So we first got a G. First, we would increment that value. Okay, then we would check if G's values is greater than 1 or not after the incrementation, just after the incrementation itself. After that, we would go to E and we would hash that value. Then we would check if E's value is now greater than 1 or not. This is what we want to achieve. Then we would go to again an E, and this time we would increment the value 2, and then we would see again if this value currently is greater than E or not. If it is, then we would return the current value. Okay, I hope this is clear. Now let us move to the coding part. Okay, so let us take this. So what we would do is we don't require an array of size 122. We just require an array of size 26. So I would declare a vector of frequency of size 26 of 0. Vector is same as array list in Java. Okay, so if we move forward, what we can do is we can just start iterating over the character. So now I would be using a for each loop. Okay, so this for each loop. So okay, let's not use for each loop. Should I use for each loop or should I move forward with the general one? What do you think, Yash?
You can use the loop, that's fine.
Okay, fair enough. So let's start with a simple one. Okay, so found the size and now we are iterating over it. Okay, fair enough. So first what we would do is we would first hash the value. So we would say that f of s of I, this is giving us the value. Now we need to subtract 97. 97 was the value of a. So we would just subtract a and then we would do plus plus. After that point, we would check. After incrementation, we would directly check. If f of s of I minus this value is greater than 1, we would return s of I. Even after all this, if we are not able to find it, then we would simply return minus 1. That is already given. Return minus 1. I will just compile and run. I hope I would get into an error because I'm returning a character, but it is said. Okay, yes, I'm getting this error. So what I can do is I can simply have a string for simplicity as answer, and then before returning answer dot pushback, we would just push back a single character, and then we would return this as string itself. Now let me just see. Okay, my output and the sample output is absolutely correct. So let me just quickly submit it and see, and then I would sum up what I did at the last point. Okay, we have
Also,
done
one more
it.
thing, Siddharth. Once
Yeah.
you explain it, Siddharth, then I'll be sharing the Java code as well. For Java coders, I'll be sharing the Java code as well through my screen. Okay.
Okay, absolutely. You would be the one who would sum up the solution again, and then you would be showing the Java code. Okay, fair enough. So what was the last thing that I did? This tells us that the return type is a string and we are returning a character. So this got me to an error. I declared an empty string, add added that character to the string, and then returned the string. And I'm already returning
Siddharth,
minus one as a string.
Siddharth, I think another thing that you could have done is you could have returned null plus two empty brackets. That is null plus the s of I. That also you could have done. Can you try it out
Yes,
instead of
we
using?
can do it. We can do it. But the amount of Java coders and Python coders are also good enough. That is why I didn't went with that syntax, so that they would find
Okay.
it simple. Okay. So fair enough. So now let us quickly. You can just explain. I will just remove my screen.
Yeah, just give me a second. I'm sharing my screen, and then you can add it
Said
also.
Bhaiya, I am depressed today. Why are you depressed? Had a breakup or something?
But Abhinav has two surprises. Then why are you uh, depressed?
Yes.
Okay, so is my screen visible now, Siddharth?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so see, for the Java coders, you can see that I have selected Java here. So now in this problem, you will be given again, you can see the problem, you will be given this particular string here, if you will observe here. So you'll be given this string and you have to find the first repeating character. Again, the same question. Now Siddharth was taking a vector. Vector also behaves like an array. Here, what you can do is, here you can simply take an array, okay, that is of size 26. So if I take an array of size 26, then I'll have the indexes from where? From 0 till 25. 0 will indicate A, 1 will indicate B, then 2 will indicate C, and so on and so forth. Then what I will be doing is this clear, Siddharth?
Yeah, absolutely clear.
Okay. After that, what you will do is you will iterate through the given string and you will get the ith character. Now in C++, you can get the ith character by doing s of I. But in Java, for getting the ith character of a particular given string, you will do s dot caret of I. That is the caret function. So you'll do s dot caret I. Now once you get the ith character, then your task is to increase the frequency. So in this array that I have named A, you can name it as frequency or something. Okay, so once the frequency of this particular array, like once I get this particular character, so I'll increase the frequency of this particular character A. That is, where suppose that if the current character is, let's say, B. So in that case, what will happen if I do B minus A? Then I'll get 1. So I'll get 1. So then I'll increase the frequency of 1. That means I'm increasing indirectly the frequency of B. And once if I see that if for a particular character, if its frequency becomes greater than 1, so that means it is a repeating character. In that case, what I need to do is I need to return the string. You can see that my return type of this particular function is string. So if I simply return this particular ch, if I return this ch, then I'm returning a character, but actually the question wants to return a string. So in that case, what I can do is I can simply add empty braces, like null, like if I do this empty string plus this, so now this will become a string, and then I will return it. Otherwise, if I have iterated through all the characters given in the string and there is no repeating character, if there is no character that's repeating, if there is no character that is having frequency greater than 1, in that case, I will simply return -1 in the string, indicating that there is no repeating character in the string. Is this part clear to everyone? Is it clear? The Java code is also clear. I'll try to submit it for you as well. You can see that it will get accepted. Siddharth, is that clear to
Okay.
you as well?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, it's clear. So, fair enough. So, now why aren't we not using set? Because what is the intended thing of set? See, the intended thing that set should do is it should store the unique values, okay, the unique characters. So, yes, this can be done. Why? Because if we are seeing an element which is already present in the set, we can just report that, yes, that this is the number. But see, all the operations of set is login, and we were talking about hashing. That is why we didn't took set into consideration in the case of array or this. Okay, fair enough. Now let
Simplifying
me quickly
simplifying this statement, Siddharth, I'm simplifying this statement for everybody. See guys, if I want to find, like, see, if I give you any particular index of the array, right? If I give you any particular index of the array and I ask you that give me the element at that particular index, let's say I say that there is a particular index I and give me the element at that particular index, so you will do what? You will do a of I, something like this. Now how much time does it take to access a particular index of the array? How much time does it take? Quickly tell me. How much time does it take to access the ith element of the array? Constant time, correct? Constant time. It is a constant operation, correct? All of you can write a yes in the chat.
Okay,
Okay,
so I would quickly do an analysis over the time complex and space complexity. Yes, quickly add my screen to the stream, and then I would quickly do it.
sure, I'll add it.
Okay, so let's see. What is the time and space complexity? That is already given expected thing here. We are not talking about this. We are taking how to find this. So see, this declaration is a constant operation. Declare anything. Declare a map, declare a variable, everything is constant. Taking out the size is also constant in C++. Declaration again goes the same thing. Now, this loop is calling itself for n number of times. So for C, let us see each time what it is doing. Each time what it is doing. It is incrementing an index of an array. So array has the fixed size, and the time taken to access by its index is constant. And this is the comparison thing, compare less than, equal to, or these all things, addition, subtraction, arithmetic operations, and these all take constant time. And then we are pushing back a element, okay, and then we are returning it. So for each time we are doing constant operation altogether, okay. So for one time in a loop we are doing constant operation. So for n times in a loop, we would be doing n operation, because that is constant. Constants are ignored in time complexity. So what is the upper bound of this time complexity that we have found out? We found out that this is constant, and we found out this is big O of n. So the loop is doing big O of n operation. That is why the time complexity to this approach is big O of n. Fair enough? Now let us try to keep that with the next one, that is the space complexity. So see, I would just tell you this. So even if you declare 1000 variables, even if you declare 2000 variables, okay, The time complexity for all those variables would be constant. The very small tip, unnecessary at this code, but it is very important. Okay, so let us move forward with this. So we are using an array of size 26. So that is 26 space. And then we are not using any other auxiliary data structure, even if this answer string is storing just one character. So this is constant. 26 is also constant. Ignoring the constants would be big of 1. Okay, fair enough. Now, this is the most optimized solution that I have found out according to my knowledge. Now, let us have a quick Q&A thing and then we would move forward. So,
Before moving forward, Siddharth, Abhinav has a surprise for all of us. Not the performance thing, okay? Not the performance thing. So all of you write Abhinav plus plus in the chat if you want Abhinav to perform. Okay, but before this, he has first surprise. The second surprise will be from your end. If you help us hit 1,000 likes in this stream, then Abhinav will perform. That is one thing that we both will make sure. Okay, but first of all, do you want surprise from Abhinav? The first surprise from Abhinav, yes or no? See, you can understand he's always giving us surprises from the very first stream. You can see that he started
yeah,
streaming on GFG. Now
tomorrow,
you can see his
tomorrow he
background.
might marry and show you his wife also.
No, I
All
think
of you can quickly give us
that's not.
you
Why
can
Okay,
you
give
won't
Abhinav
marry?
plus plus.
I think
Against marriage or something?
everyone
Namani.
is very excited for the surprise. Yeah. Okay, CR plus
Yeah.
plus. So
Okay, fair enough.
Uh,
By the
so
way,
audience,
a small bit. Just
uh,
sorry for this interruption. Ankit and Satya Prakash, thanks a lot. It means a lot. Okay, yeah, you can move forward.
yeah. So one thing I'm saying, all of you just give us a quick plus one if you want Abhinav to reveal the surprise right now, the first surprise, and like the video as well. You have to like the video,
so
hit a plus one, and Abhinav will within 1 minute, Abhinav will reveal the surprise.
yeah, so we want 300 likes, yeah. We want it just now. So
And
let's make
again,
it.
I'm reminding that Abhinav, if you give us 1,000 likes in the live stream, during the live stream, then Abhinav is going to perform. That is one thing that we will make sure. And you can understand कि उसका पूरा background पूरा माहौल बना हुआ है.
हाँ,
Okay, Abhinav, now
Okay,
dance
I
करने
think
का
you
माहौल
reveal the
बना.
surprise.
so before that, let's talk about the first surprise. So, okay, so as there was many questions from your side that what will be the best course for DSA, what will be the best resource for DSA, and we all know that we have amazing resources for DSA at Geeks for Geeks. We have amazing courses. We have our DSA course. We have our amazing courses which will include every topic, okay, and which is basically required for you all to place your dream company, to crack your dream company, to master DSA skills, and that is why we all are here. So we all are here just for learning DSA. We all are here for solving SD Sheet. We all are here to improve our problem solving skills. We all are here to improve our building skills. We all are here to skill up ourselves. And for skilling up ourselves, for being better, we have courses in our GFG practice portal. And for this and for this time again, we have another great surprise for you all. So, for the people who are watching this stream, we are giving 20% off to the Geeks for Geeks courses to you all. You can use the Master DSA code for 20% off on Geeks for Geeks courses. So this particular thing is valid till 23rd of September, Friday, means tomorrow.
You can see down there
So
it is working like a news channel. The headline is going,
yeah,
the breaking
so
news
the headline is
is going
there,
like
the
a news
headline is
channel.
there, and so for those who are aiming for a great course, for great resource for data structure algorithm, or for the other resources too, they can just check out the courses by Geeks for Geeks, and you will get a 20% discount. It's not 5, it's not 10, it's not 15, it's 20% discount on the courses of Geeks for Geeks. Okay.
Actually, I'll tell you one thing. Abhinav has just it was Abhinav's birthday yesterday, so he just hit 20 years. So that's why he's giving us a 20
That's
20% discount.
that's not right. Otherwise, my friends will ask me
Okay.
about party.
जाएंगे जाएंगे. Yes, we would move forward. We have 4
Okay.
hours with us. So
Yeah.
moving
So I think
forward
that
with question with that pace would be we would be completing the whole SDE sheet. Na? If we go with the full pace of Yash, if we go with the speed Yash explains, we would be completing the SDE sheet. I think in 3 hours only. We don't even require 4 hours. What do you think, Yash? Please accept this.
Definitely, at least with that pace, I can complete it in 7 days at least.
Okay, okay, fair enough. So people are asking, what is SDE? So please explain, Abhinav, what is what is the meaning of SDE? Not the
so
real one,
when
not the correct one, not the correct one.
okay. Uh, so let me just think about that. Yes, you can suggest something. Yes.
What do you think? Yes, yes, not the correct one. What is
You need to
SDE?
look at the comments now. First of all, look at this comment. It's more important. Look at the pinned comment. Course learning.
This one
Okay.
is more funny. Okay,
See,
so no. This is absolutely very wrong. In this chat, okay, in this chat, while explanation is not being done, please keep it informal and respectful to the limit. Okay, so if someone is asking for SD, wrong answers are absolutely welcome.
okay.
Okay,
Another
someone.
thing, another thing that I wanted to stress on, looking at Abhinav's background, looking at his background, which is very, very premium to be honest. It's very premium. So do all of you can write a yes in the chat. All of us have a dream of having that kind of a background or that kind of a room. Yes or no? All of you can quickly write a yes, and then we'll proceed further with the problems.
No,
Yes.
people think that we mentors are making lots of money. I do have DMs of many software engineers also in my LinkedIn that how much do you earn? How much do you earn? You might be earning in crores or lakhs. People think that. People assume that. Okay. Okay. Senior deadly engineer. Okay. Okay. Hi, Tripati. The actual meaning of SDE is software development engineer. Okay. People are giving you the funny ones to entertain everyone. Okay. Even me. Okay. Sir, एक जोक बनता है. अभिनव से पूछो. अभिनव, एक joke. Okay. Many people are asking, so let's move forward with the problem solving one. People are waiting for it. Let's do it.
Yeah. Sure. Sure.
Yes, Siddharth, you can proceed further, and I will share your screen. No worries.
Okay. Share my screen, brother.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot. Okay, I need to pass on this link also. Just a sec. Everyone quickly open up this problem.
Also, can you tell us the previous problem was asked in which companies?
Okay.
You can just
Previous
quickly go to
problem.
that problem and tell us.
Just a sec. Just a sec. Yeah. Previous problem, first non-repeating. I think this is a very famous. Yeah, Amazon and Adobe. I think many tags are not mentioned here. Amazon and Adobe mentioned here according to this. Okay, related interview experience. Okay, there is also present. Okay, let us move forward. I think yes. Yeah. चलो start करते हैं. Anagram in a string. Now, what is anagram? Let us sum up this thing with a very simple one. Okay, anagram can be thought that my friends are lining up in a line. Okay, my friends are lining up in a line. So see, suppose let's take the example of this stream only. Me, Yash, and Abhinav. Our ordering gets changed, but The stream is the same. And in the previous stream also, which was done few weeks ago, the same set of mentors were there. The ordering was different. So if the same set of things are there, only the ordering is different, we can say that they are anagram of each other. So we can say that this stream and previous stream, taking into consideration the mentors, both stream are anagram to each other. Okay. So now let us see this first A and B. So now let us just think. We need to think that if the two streams are anagram or not. Let's leave this problem. We are asked to find if two streams are anagram or not. Suppose I this stream and previous stream. So what would you do? अगर मुझे so what is anagram? Translating the same in Hindi. Anagram कुछ नहीं है. Same set of चीजें रहेंगे. बस उनका ordering आगे पीछे रहेगा. Okay? बस इतना ही. Okay. So let us sum up this. Let us try to think even before seeing this problem. Can we solve this problem or not? So we are told to find out that if this two strings are anagram or not, even before explaining the test cases also. So suppose I simply ask you that the previous stream and this stream is anagram or not. Okay. So now what would you do? You would write the names of the mentor. You would write Yash. You would write Abhinav. You would write Yash. You would go to the previous stream and you would write Yash. You would write Abhinav and you would write my name. And you would see that the names are in the same order. Okay, fair enough. This is what you would do. So now, see, I would just write it here. So let's suppose in this stream only, I am going first, then Yash would follow, and then Abhinav. So I would just write Abhi for simplicity. In the previous stream, if you remember, Yash was the first one to go, and then Abhinav was the first one to go, and I was the last one. Okay, basically I wasn't able to solve any problem because of the time complexity thing in the stream. Okay, fair enough. So what would you do? See, suppose you are given this. So you would take up this Siddharth and you would see if Siddharth is present or not. Yes, Siddharth is present. You would take up this Yash and you would see if Yash is present or not. Yes, Yash is present. You would say that Abhinav, is Abhinav present or not? You would go and find Abhinav. After this point of time, we would say that each number are mapped with a single value and all the numbers are taken. You would do this thing now? Can I have a quick yes or no? Am I clear up till this point or not? Are you with me till this point or not? Just quickly tell me. Are you understanding what is my goal? Okay, so now what can I do? What I can do is, I can simply take up the two names. Okay, if you observe, I can simply take up the two names. The next ordering is instead of trying to find the numbers. So if you see that, suppose if there are n mentors, and here also the same number of mentors would be there n into n. So for each mentor, we are trying to find in a set of n numbers. So this is just doing a linear search. Okay, so we are doing a linear search of a name in the other one. So even if the strings are, the length are not considered in the string, but even if this we consider this as a single character, then we can say the time complexity for each of the number, if of the finding of a thing is big O of n. We are not taking the consideration of the length of the string. We are not taking into consideration. So we can see that we are doing for each number, we are doing n operation. So for n, we would be doing n square operation. Because for one string, we are doing n operation. So for n string, we would be doing n square operation. Simple thing. So now what I can do is, I can sort both the name of the mentors. Okay, and I can do something like this. Like Abhi would come first. Okay, Siddharth would come second. And Yash would come third. And in the same way, I can do something like here also same. Abhi. So I won't write the same thing again because you know that the output would be same. There is no way I can just copy this and see same thing. And now what I can do is I can simply map this to values. I can do that. So now, even if this is how you do fast solving, okay, even before, if you are clear with the agenda of this problem, you don't need to evaluate even the test cases. You can just think of something simpler and you can just do it, because evaluating the test case of geeks for geeks is a long word, and counting the frequency of each of the characters would take time. So this is the way of doing fast solving. Instead of taking the consideration of a long geeks for geeks string, I just was able to decompress it to a solution by using just three names. That is of even hours. This is how you take examples. Okay, fair enough. This is how you would do it. The first approach is very simple. The thing is, we would sort both the string and we would consecutively compare both the string. We can do this. Okay. Now there is one more thing. Okay. So let's suppose we have a guest in the next string. Let's suppose my girlfriend is there in the next string. Okay. So I can say that Sid's girlfriend is there in the stream, Sid is there in the stream, Yash is there in the stream, and Abhinav is there in the stream. And in the stream, I am there, Yash is there, and Abhinav is there.
We
So
want the
we can
name.
say
We want the
we
name of
want the
that first,
name.
that first element.
ओके जब किस्मत में होगी तो पता चलेगा. Okay, you find out the name. Let's see. Anyone from the audience can find out. Okay, I would please surpass the number also, so that I can even talk to her. Okay, fair enough. So let's take into consideration. So if the number of elements are different, even before sorting it and comparing it, you can say that yes, I can say that these two are not anagram. I can simply say that. So this is how we can do it. So this is a small optimization that can be done. So if the number of elements are different in both the scenarios, we can directly say that this is not an anagram. Okay, fair enough. So now let us move forward. So we can see both the examples, like we can just sort it and then the small optimization can be done. See, taking out the length is a constant thing. So taking out we would just do this optimization small. I would just show you this. Okay, so I can say that in NA, that is we are very accustomed to using n as the size. So let's take NA as the size of A, and we can say A dot size itself. And then I can say NB is equals to B dot size itself. And then I can say that if NA is not equal to NB, I can simply return this is not an anagram. Okay, I can simply say that this is false, absolutely false. Okay, fair enough. So we would move forward after this point. Okay. Okay. So now what is a better solution? So see, sorting n elements would be n log n. Okay, n log n. Because sorting has a time complexity of n log n. So even before implementing this, even if we don't do a code analysis, we can say that the sorting thing would take n log n thing. So how can we move forward with this? What can be a small optimization even before implementing? So
is there something that we can do based on the previous question?
Yeah, absolutely. We can do something like that. Let us see how can we do it. So see, we can just implement a counting sort kind of thing. Okay. Why counting sort? Counting sort has a time complexity of big of n. A kind of counting sort. Now, what is counting sort? Let me just quickly summarize. Counting sort is nothing but sorting it according to this value. So let's see how can we count sort it. Like we have 1, 2, and then 3. Let us say that. So how do we count sort it? Do you want to take the lead? Yash, would you like to explain?
Again, like if can you tell me what example you have taken? 213.
Just 213. Just simple 213.
Okay, so basically it means like when you say counting sort, so I don't know how what you are talking about sort, but the thing that comes to my mind is you are saying counting.
Counting.
And when you say counting,
this is same as I say.
Then counting comes to my mind. And if counting comes to my mind, then obviously in the previous question you have told me about the frequency counting of elements, so that comes to my mind.
Okay, so see, what we can do is we can just remember that we received a 1 is there, 2 is there, and 3 is there, and we can write them in the sorted order. So we can do a same kind of thing here also. Okay, so we can remember G is present. We can remember E is present. So let us just sort the string. Okay, let us just see how can we do this. Okay, we can do a counting sort in the string also. So let us see how we can do it very efficiently. Suppose we have A, C, and then D, and then B. Suppose we have this. So if we are able to remember that A is equals to 1, A has been there one time, C has been there once, D has been there once, and B has been there once. If we have this kind of structure, we can say that we would write A first, then C first, D first. Okay, sorry. We can write in the ordering as A first, B first, C first, and D first. So this is how you would find the ordering. So can we have this kind of structure? Yes, we do have this kind of structure. Why? Because this is a clear indication that you need to take advantage of ASCII code. When it is a clear indication that you need to take an advantage of ASCII code, कब ऐसा लगेगा कि हमें ASCII code से खेलना है? The first indication is that this problem is of string. So many of the problems, like I can say 70% of the problems in string revolve around the concept of ASCII code. Am I true? Yash, what do you think? What is your take on this?
Definitely, I've observed this a lot.
Okay, fair enough. So yeah, so yes, Yash has also observed it. I think I'm correct. So, and the next indication is that you are told that the string contains only lowercase characters. If it is told that string can contain any characters, then it is different. But it is told that string is containing lower characters. This is a clear indication that we need to play with the same smaller thing, the frequency array of size 26. This is a clear indication of that. ओके बिकॉज लोअर केस क्यों करेगा ए से जेड तक है ए से जेड तक कितना 26 का अल्फाबेट इसका मतलब वो चाहते नहीं है कि हम लोग स्पेस वेस्ट करें दे डोंट वांट अस टू स्पेस वेस्ट द स्पेस दैट इज व्हाई every word mentioned in a problem statement has an indication to the solution. Every word in a problem statement indicates to a hint. Okay, so this is the small hint you can take. So now I can simply say that I can decompose A, B, C, D in the form of the same array of size 26, same array of size 26, and then I can compare both of these. Can I do this? Am I clear till this point or not? Can I have a quick yes or no? What do you think, Yash? Am I clear?
Yes, definitely, you're clear with this part. So
So
basically, you're
before
saying that you will
moving,
count the frequency. You will count the frequency of all the elements in
no,
the
no, no,
first string.
no, I don't want to rush. I don't want to rush. Just can you quickly sum up what I just said?
Okay, so you are basically saying that you will first of all iterate through the first string, and then you are
Yeah.
saying that you will go to each and every character and keep on
You
incrementing
explain in
count.
you explain in your own way. Don't go with my way. You explain in your own way,
Okay,
own tone, own
so
speed.
basically, as much as I have observed, what you want to do is you want to iterate through the first string. Then
Okay.
basically you are thinking that you will store the frequency of each and every element in an array, basically
Okay.
because we have 26 characters. So we can hash them from 0 to 25, and you will store the first frequency of the first, all the characters of the first string. And once you have done that, then you will iterate through the second string, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
And then what you will do?
Okay. So then I would just check if the same numbers are present or not. See, I would just show you this. Okay. So I won't show you here. Just let us take a smaller example so that we can just save time.
Correct.
We have A, B, C, D, and we have A, C, B, D. Both are anagram to each other. We can simply see that. So now what we would do is we would hash A is equals to 1, B is equals to 1, C is equals to 1, D is equals to 1. This would be hashed in one array, and this is can be hashed with the second one. B is equals to 1, C is equals to 1, and D is equals to 1. At the end, we would just compare these all consecutive ones. Okay, so now people who were kind of hinting us, give me a way to solve it using only one array, not with the value 2. Quickly do that. So now let me implement it quickly. So we would have vector in frequency array of A of size 26 and initial value is 0. Vector int of frequency array of B of size 26 comma 0. Okay, and then what we would do is we would simply iterate over the string. For int I is equals to n, I is less than n, and I plus plus. So at this point, there is a small thing that you can do. Okay. So small thing is, instead of using two loops, that won't affect the time complexity, but that would increase the space. Okay, that would increase your pace only. So if you observe, if this is wrong, if this is wrong, that means NA is equals to NB. Okay. So instead of doing this for different one, what we can do is to hash the value. To hash the value, what I can do is f of a of size s of I, okay, a of I, and we can do plus plus. And in the same string only, we can do it for b. Why? Because the size is absolutely the same. So instead of doing this in two arrays, we can do that in one array. What I'm trying to say is, we don't need to do implement one more array. I know we can copy that, but this is a small smart implementation where your interviewer might be impressed. Okay, b of I, and then we are doing plus plus. After doing all this plus plus thing, we would iterate over this array of size 26. So for int I is equals to 0, I is less than size 26, and I plus plus. And here we need to subtract the value of a as we did earlier. Okay, the value of a 97. Here also we would subtract the value of a for this hashing part. And then we would say that if f of a of I is not equal to f of b of I, then we would return what? We would return a false value. Else, agar sab kuch same hai, so this if condition won't work, and we would come to this point because up till now this return statement has not been executed. So we would say that return 1. I hope I'm clear. So let us just quickly compile and run. Okay, we are correct for the sample test case. Now let us try to submit this and see. Okay, so all the problem statement has been passed. So let us see, anyone has been able to explain, can we do this by using only one array or not? Okay,
Yes, we can.
okay. Satya Prakash, just highlight the comment of Satya Prakash.
Yeah, I'll do that.
He deserves a shout out. Okay, so what we can do is, if you observe that these two would be absolutely the same. So what is the common thing here? Same explanation. What is the common thing here? The common thing here is the indulgement of the same number. So what I can do is, suppose I'm incrementing one, and after that I would decrement one from the next string. Okay, because as they are same, so the difference of them would be 0 for all the letters. The difference would be there of 0 for all the letters. So someone quickly explain Shivam Pandey so that I don't use my time on him to explain the same thing. Someone please explain Shivam Pandey because I have explained you. So as आप लोग अच्छे स्टूडेंट हो ना मेरे, आप लोग जल्दी से उसे एक्सप्लेन कर दो. दोस्त हो ना, दोस्त जैसा ही कर दो. Okay, fair enough. So this is how we are just subtracting the difference. So now what we can do is, we know that see, everyone is equal. So if we subtract, the difference should be 0. So what we would do is, instead of using two arrays, we would use one array, and the next one would be used to subtract from the same array itself. Now after all this point, if somehow the difference is now not equal to 0, okay, we would say that this is not an anagram. Okay, fair enough. So उज्जवल, आपके एक्सप्लेनेशन मजा नहीं आया, थोड़ा डिस्क्रिप्टिव. Give Shivam Pandey a little bit more descriptive explanation, please. I want it to be done, please. Let us see. Okay, fair enough. Not equal to 0, return 0, return 1. I hope this is fine. Let us just compile and run. Okay, so I'm just removing the second one. I hope this should work. Okay, so these all, so see, I'm just analyzing the test case again. Okay, the time complexity again. So if you analyze the time complexity, taking out the size is a constant operation. And then if we move forward here, we are just adding and subtraction. I told you that subtracting 5 arithmetic operation is not gonna take any operation. So for each of the n operation, we are doing constant operation. If we come here, we are just seeing the value by an index. I told you, same thing would happen. That is why this is again constant. So if you observe that using two arrays or using one array won't make a difference. But see, if you are given this question in an interview, you would be expected to do the utmost optimization, which might not be caught in an online judge. So make sure you do that. Okay, so these all small optimization, please keep that in mind. The competitive programmers, please keep that in mind. We competitive programmers have a habit of skipping up this small details, okay, in our competitive programming journey, because we think that these all small optimization does not bother us until we have a tight constraint to hamper us. Okay,
Okay, so
fair
Siddharth,
enough.
now
So yeah,
if you are done with this problem, I can share the Java code also if you want. I think there are a lot of
okay,
people. So for
okay,
those who want the
fair enough.
Java
Just
code, just quickly give us a +1 in the chat. Quickly give us a +1 in the chat, and
no,
according to
no.
that, we'll share.
Show them the Java code. I think that is required. You can just share your
Okay.
Java code. I think that would be required. Many people want.
Okay. Just give me a second. I'm sharing my screen. You can share it on the screen as well. Yeah. Now, is it
Shahil,
visible?
thanks a lot, Shahil. Yeah, it's absolutely visible. Thanks a
Okay.
lot,
So
Sahil.
see
It means a
what
lot.
Siddharth is doing is, first of all, he is declaring an array of size 26. Again, why 26? Because because the index 0 will represent A, the index 1 will represent B, and the index 2 will represent C, and so on and so forth. The index 25 will represent Z. Okay, that is why we have when we declare 26 size, so we have indexes from 0 till 25. Then you find the length of both the strings, and if the length of both the strings is not the same, then they are never going to be anagram, because the frequencies of the characters are never going to be the same. And otherwise, what you will be doing is you'll iterate through the strings and you will increase the frequency of the characters from the first string. And then for the similar for the characters of B, you will decrease the frequency. And then you will iterate through the map. That is, you'll iterate through this array in which you have the count. And if the count for any particular character is not equal to 0, if it is -1, if it is in negative, so that means that particular character is occurring more number of times in the string B. And if it is positive, if the count I is positive, so if a count for the particular character is positive, so that means that particular character is occurring more number of times in the first string. If that is so in that case, it means that the number of characters are not the same and they can never be anagram. In that case, you will return a false. Otherwise, if that is true, like if that is not the case, then you will return a true. So is this clear to everyone? All of you can just give a quick +1 if the Java people are clear with it. Just a quick Java +1 ++ in the chat will help us a lot. We are looking at the comments.
Yeah. So we just have one difference here, that we are using the dot caret function instead of just calling the index value. For that, in Java we can't just call it directly. We have to use the dot caret function. So that is what I think the difference is here. Yes, and other everything
Correct.
is fine now. Yeah.
Yeah. Other than that, everything is fine.
Okay,
कैसे स्पीड बोलता है यार.
so
Yeah.
okay, yeah, yes, Rajdhani. Okay, fair enough. So it has been queried two times, I think. Okay, so quickly ask your doubts for the next 1 minute. Formal as well as informal Q&A session would be done next 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay,
Then I'll take over.
they yeah, yeah. Now informal comments would be pinned up. Please give us some entertainment also. We are also bored up with these all lights and talking for the next 1 hour or 2 hours. So we also need
Looking at the lights,
entertainment.
like looking at the lights is difficult, guys. If
Where can I
you
find
want,
a course completely done by Siddhartha? Okay, you won't find a course which has done completely by me, but I have contributed to a lot of courses partially in Geeks for Geeks. Okay, let us say, have a great night, everyone. Living for not getting much of the things. Okay, fair enough. But I think that, see, for 2 hours, we need to cater every kind of person. So I catered the beginners. Now, Yash would be catering the intermediate and the best ones, I think.
Not the best ones, but conceptual ones. See, one thing that I would like to highlight on GFG, there is one thing. Whichever problem they find easy, they tag it as basic. Okay. I think GFG hires a lot of competitive programmers. Okay. One thing I'll tell you, GFG hires a lot of competitive programmers for the problem setting. Okay. Now, in that case, what happens? Whichever problem the problem setter finds easy, they will tag it as basic. And whichever problem they find it as medium, they will tag it as easy. And so on and so forth. So that is why whenever we solve problems, we see that okay, it is written easy only, but actually it is not that easy. Okay,
Yes,
even I did one mock.
many times it happens that in the problem it is mentioned medium, but when we go to the article link of that problem, we find that it is tagged as hard.
Yeah,
Yeah.
have you
So
observed
okay,
this thing?
so
Yes or no, guys? Have you observed this thing that problems are written as easy on GFG, but they are actually medium or hard level at times? Correct.
okay. Okay, I find this comment absolutely very interesting. I find this comment absolutely interesting. Okay, so what is your thoughts behind? Like, what is behind the scene? Okay, like, what are your thoughts before starting the stream, after the stream? Okay, and what happens around you, which can't be seen by the audience? What do you think, Yash? Reveal that
So
on
see,
your end.
basically, he is asking that what do we do? Like, how do we prepare or what do we think before the stream? So the first thing that we think is that the concept of this stream is very unique in itself. So what we have to do is like see, we can be correct, we can be wrong while solving the problems. While the mentor is solving, any mentors, any three of us, we are solving, we can go wrong, we can go right. But the thing is that we try to communicate because we try to fill this gap. Like we want you to understand that what you can do is how you can practice. If you have a bunch of 5 friends, 3 friends, or 2 friends, let's say we are 3 friends, so we are solving this live, but you can sit with 3 friends and then some code, some problems, for some problems, let's say Siddharth is writing the codes, for some problems I'm writing the code, for some problems Abhinav is writing the code, and you can see by doing these live stream how Abhinav is also getting rich day by day. Okay, so that is the concept behind it.
Okay,
You can
No,
try
no,
so
no.
if you if
my thought,
one more thing,
yeah,
Siddharth.
yeah.
One more thing. If the audience thinks that with every live stream, Abhinav is getting rich day by day, so they can write rich plus plus in the chat.
No, 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 no.
Oh, let us
That's
see.
not true. Actually, that is just because of my savings from last 6 months. So
No, it is
I'm
not from
paying
your
a lot.
savings. Avinav is earning a lot because he is consecutively managing three things at present. First is ICPC and the competitive programming journey. And the next thing he is also able to maintain one more internship other than GeeksforGeeks. So he is doing a lot, to be honest.
And GFG is
He
paying
is
him a lot as well.
having you
That
should
is
you should you should learn the art of balance from Abhinav. Okay, so so Abhinav, your thoughts before and after the stream. What is your thought?
yeah. So thoughts regarding, I
What
think
goes
that
in your mind?
the problem was something like that what we think behind the scenes. Now means regarding the problem or
No, no, no. They are asking that for the streamers, what is behind the scene? For the streamers,
okay.
what is behind the stream? What
So yeah,
happens?
means we are preparing for this live. I think from the last two
Actually,
hours.
actually, actually, I will tell you. I'll tell you one thing, Siddharth. I'll tell you what is going behind. Like, actually, I think it's close to 12. Okay. So the thing is that the sale is going on currently. I think the sale will start from today only.
Yeah, I
The
think
Shaira
so.
sales, sales on Flipkart and Amazon will start. So Abhinav is thinking that he should not miss the deals. Okay. All of you can write yes in the chat. That is what he is currently thinking of.
No, 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 no. Now
Okay,
I don't
so
have much.
I let's issue. Okay, let's talk about the things other than the horizontal forwards. Okay, so I think that you all too must be facing. I also face this. That after doing a streaming for a lot of hours, okay, we find it difficult to sleep because of these all lights sitting here. Because see, if at 12 you are turning on all the lights, keeping a light in the front and lighting up the whole room, okay, it kind of removes the sleep pattern, okay, disturbs your sleep pattern. The first thing. The next thing is you need to have a mental preparation because it is happening a lot of number of times. It has happened to me also. Like even if we have already solved that problem, even if we know the solution, but still when we click that submit button, we all say all the best to ourselves. Why? Because it happens that even if we know the solution, okay, the solution goes wrong, okay, and some person, not every time, but sometimes, some people do give negative comments, and that completely breaks us down. Okay, fair enough. So I need a Stuti Activa. Okay, fair enough. And the other things, other than this, do you guys want to be a professor? What is your take on this, Avinav? Let us see. Avinav, you are talking in
So
mute.
I was yeah.
कैसा
So
professor
basically,
बनेगा भाई?
I love teaching, and I've been teaching from last 2 or maybe more than that. So I love teaching, and that is my passion, I think. So I will continue with this teaching. Surely I will be joining as a engineer or a developer at a particular company. That is what I'm aiming for, and that is the other intern which is going on, as the Siddhartha said, as the SD intern, and that is just a startup, but it's a part-time thing. So that is what I'm also currently doing, because that is my own aim. But the thing is that at the last I will not stop teaching. Maybe with my job in the weekends or after the in the late evening, I will be teaching and mentoring students. So that will be there.
Yes,
Actually,
your take on
I'll
this?
tell you the reason. Yeah, first of all, I'll tell how diplomatic Abhinav is being. Actually, physics wala is from his college. Okay, physics wala is from his college, and physics wala is a YouTube unicorn startup. So that is why, that is from where the inspiration comes in. Okay, physics wala is from his college. That
Yeah,
is where the
there are
inspiration come out from.
actually there are many inspirations for me from my college, from my friends, from many people.
अब मैं बता
So
आई हैव वन पॉइंट. अभी ये वैसा ही आंसर दे रहा है कि यूपीएससी में किसी का हो जाता है, तो मैं अपने माता पिता को और भाई बहन को सबको धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ.
नहीं, अभी तो ऐसा कुछ नहीं हुआ है.
Okay. Yes, your take on this? Do you want to be a professor?
Not really as of now. As of now, I want to explore more. Like, I think that if you want to be a professor, then just like if you will think about professors, so we have a negative image for that. Why? Because our professors are kind of theoretical people. They just have knowledge about books and the concepts. But what we want as a professor is someone who has explored life, someone who has explored the, let's say, SD role. If we talk about coding professor, suppose coding or teacher. This programming professor, then someone who has done, like, who has worked in the industry and all those things. So if even if I think of that, so first of all, I am thinking of working in the industry, software industry, and also mentoring or working as a TA and stuff like this, doing live streams like this, so that I understand that what is the problems that people are actually facing, and then I can think of that, but not as of now.
Okay, so my take on this would be that the task on this mentoring thing is a lot repetitive one. Okay, so like the exploration part is kind of limited. Up to a certain extent, the exploration is there, but after a certain extent, not this point, but after a certain extent, this there is a limit to your exploration. Okay, so now suppose even if I am able to know, see, in the mentoring thing, we also get to learn a lot in the journey. Suppose I have learned about many things like coordinate compression, segment trees, these all things. Okay, and then after 1 or 2 years also, if I'm doing this thing as my main thing, then this would happen that even after 1 or 2 years, I would be explaining him the concept of prefix sum. I would be explaining him the concept of simple arrays and something. So that is a very limited thing. And the next thing is that and next thing is that hustle thing would go away. To be honest. Okay, so I think we are at 11:30. I think yes, you can move forward from this point. And if there is time left, I would move forward with the last problem that is already allocated.
Okay, great.
Okay, Yash,
So
seems
let's just,
fine.
okay. First of all, you can write speed OP in the chat. Okay.
Yeah, please write. Okay, तो
Okay.
आज Java पे final year के project बनाना है. Any suggestions? Anyone from here? I am not a Java person. Yes, Abhinav, Java person, anyone? I don't think so.
If you
Yeah,
want to build projects on Java, then go for Spring Boot. That is what I can think of. Backend projects, a lot of backend projects, industry still uses a lot of Java. So Spring Boot and other things. Abhinav has worked as a SD, so he can tell us more about that.
Can we use array.sort in this problem during interviews? Yeah, absolutely. See, many problems, to be honest, uses sorting as a sub part of it. So yes, you can move forward with this sort in the first hand. Now the person might tell you there is a probability that is existing, and the probability is more than 20%. It might be a scenario that he would ask you to implement the sorting also. So do either of the ways. Be prepared with this also, be prepared with this also. But don't directly start implementing in the first hand itself. Because it might be a scenario that only 15 minutes is left, and the person allocated to your interview is a person who is already working in the industry. So he would have a limited amount of time, and he won't be and you he doesn't, like, suppose there might be a scenario where the interviewer don't doesn't want you to waste time over doing implementing the sort thing. It might be a scenario. So don't just
exactly.
move forward with this
Exactly.
in
One
the
more thing,
first
that
case.
whenever you are using a inbuilt function during the interview, just also just make a watch on the all the inbuilt functions you are using. That what is basically happening at the back end of the function. If you are using the array dot sort at, or you can say STL sort in C++, so what is exactly happening at the back end of that sort? What is the time complexity? What is space complexity? What is the exact algorithm it is being using? So that is also you should know, because that question may arise from the interviewer. No? That is a thing from my side.
Okay. Let us move forward then. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, yes.
So
May I
Siddharth, you
add
can
your
share my
stream to the
screen.
screen? Absolutely, I'm
Yes,
doing
sure.
that. Thanks a lot. I'm just pasting the links also. Don't worry about that. You just move forward with your explanation.
Okay, so let us start off with this problem. The problem name is reverse words in a given string. Okay, so reversing words in a given string. Now people will say that why Yash always takes reversing problems. He in the last stream he took reverse and linked list and all that stuff. Then maybe before that also in array I might have taken some reverse or swapping concepts. But that is like whatever gets allocated to me, we just do it. Okay, like we have a discussion and then we see that what we can do. Okay, so don't associate my name with reverse, or if you think that I'm doing a lot of reverse problems, so you can write my name in reverse as well. Okay. Now let's quickly discuss the problem now. So let's see, what does this problem say? The problem says that reverse words in a given string. So when I look at the problem name, so I can see that there's something that the problem is asking in terms of reversing the words that are given in the current string. Okay. Now the problem says that these people will give me a string S. Okay. And what I have to do is I have to reverse the string. Okay, they will give me a string S. Basically they will give me a kind of sentence, they can say, and I have to reverse the string without reversing its individual characters. Okay, without reversing it in its individual characters, and the words are separated by the dot. So I will quickly copy the sample example so that you are more clear with it. Let me just quickly copy it here and then I'll tell you. Now this particular problem, see, it has been marked as easy here, I can agree to that. But the reason why we are taking this is because if some beginner is watching this, then this problem is included in the GFG SDE sheet. Okay, it is included in the GFG SDE sheet. Now this problem is there in the SD sheet. So if you have done GFG SD sheet, then indirectly you have covered this these companies indirectly, because you can see we have been doing the SD sheet. This is the third live stream that we are doing, and again we are covering the problems that are asked in these companies. So that is why again I highly recommend that you should do GFG SDE sheet. Okay, now let us move forward with the problem statement again. So what does the problem actually say? So if you will look at the problem statement now, so the problem says that you will be given this string I dot, okay, then you will have like, then dot, then this, and then another dot, and then program, and then another dot, and then I'll have very, and then another dot, and then I'll have much. Okay, this is what the input string will look like. So that is the input string clear to you? That I'll give you input string like this. Is this clear to you, Siddharth?
Yes, I like this program very much. Okay, fair enough.
Okay. After this, what is the output that is expected from me? So output string, let me write output string here. Okay. Now in terms of output string, what are they expecting? They are saying that you have to reverse. If you look at the problem statement, you have to reverse the string, okay, without reversing each of its individual words. So if you will look at the output, let's quickly look at the output here. Now, if you look at the output part here, so you have been given what? You have been given in the output, you have been given this thing. You have been given much. The output looks something like this. It looks like much. Then you have dot. Then after that you have very. After that you have a program. Okay. Then after that you have a dot. And then after that you have this. And then after that you have a like. And then after that you have a I. Okay. So what is actually happening? Siddharth, can you tell us any observation? What is happening with the input and output? Any observation that you have on this? If I have with respect to the words, like if I'll tell you, see, this is a word, 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 this is a word. So the
So
words
I
are
can
separated by dot.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I can see that much is same here also in the first string. Much is same here in the second string too. So we can say that the ordering is different, but the words are intact.
Okay. So Siddharth, can I say that this is the last word here? Much is the last word here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Now much comes here. Okay. Much becomes the first word. Now what is very? Can I say that very is the second last word?
Yeah,
Correct,
absolutely. We
Siddharth?
can find a pattern
So
and
now
we can see
very
that it is
becomes the
just getting reversed.
very becomes the second word. Okay. Program is
Absolutely.
what? Program is the third last word, and here program becomes the third word. After this, if you will see this, so this is what? This is the fourth last word. Here it becomes what? It becomes the fourth word. Okay. After that, if I'll see, so the next word is like, and like is the fifth word from the end. So it is the fifth last word. Now like becomes the fifth word here. Okay. After this, if I see I, so I is a word and I is the sixth last word. And here you can see that I becomes the sixth word. So audience can quickly tell me what observation you are having. What observation you are having with respect to the words. With respect to the words, what observation are you having? So that can you tell me what observation you are having by looking at this?
We can see that the string is getting reversed, but the ordering of the characters in a particular word is preserved.
Okay. Can you tell me, Siddharth, like when you look at the words, so can you tell me how the words are structured now? Like, can I say that
So
the last word becomes
the
the first word,
it,
the second last
last
word
word is
becomes the
becoming
second
the
word?
first, second word. Program is becoming the from the third last one. So we can say that we are just reversing. Simple.
Okay.
Can we say this?
Okay. So if I say that, see, Siddharth, I am telling you one thing. Let's say, guys, let's say that first of all, let's say that I go to the party. Okay. Let's say I go. Then Siddharth goes. Like then Siddharth also comes. Then after that, Abhinav also comes. Right. Okay. Then I'm saying that first of all, I am coming. Then Siddharth is coming, and then Abhinav is coming. Okay. And then I am saying that Abhinav is leaving first. Okay. Then after that, I'm saying that Siddharth is leaving, and then after that, I am leaving. So the person who is coming last in the party, he is leaving first. So which concept comes to your mind? What kind of concept comes to your mind? Quickly tell me. The person who is coming last, he is going out first. The person going last, coming out first, coming out of first of the part. Which concept comes to your mind?
So
Any
we can
concept?
think. So what we want last in. Okay. So first in, first out. This is what we want,
Last in,
or
first out.
last in, first out. Yes.
The
So
person
we
who comes
want
last,
last in
see, if you will,
will be the first person who
yeah,
would be going out.
if you will observe, the last word, that is much, wants to come first. The second last word wants to come second. So basically, this is nothing but last and first out concept. And the data structure that should come to your mind is nothing but stack. Correct? So all of you can write +1 for those who have understood this thing. Okay. Now, in this problem, Siddharth, can I say that I will use a stack?
Yes, we can move
Definitely.
forward with the stack very easily. Yeah.
Okay. Now, when stack comes to your mind, Siddharth, so see,
Hmm.
there is one thing. Like, what will you store in the stack? Siddharth, can you tell me? What will you store in the stack?
So I can say that I would try to store the word, okay, like I would try to store the word much and then I would just reverse the much by using that stack.
Okay, so I am asking the audience as well. Audience, what will you store in the stack? What will you store in the stack? What will you store in the stack? You will store the words inside the stack. Can I say that? Definitely a yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Quickly write a yes. Will you store the words in the stack? Maybe. Yes or no? Definitely yes. Right. So
Just give me
Siddharth,
a
let's
quick
quickly do a
one
dry
for
run.
yes and zero for false. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, great guys. Now coming back to this problem, Siddharth, see, what I'm saying is I want to store the words inside the stack. So let's say that if I'll have first of all what? First of all, I'll store the first word, that is I. Okay. Then I'll store the next word, that is like. And currently I'm talking about the pseudo approach for it. Then I'll have a standard coding procedure for it as well. Don't worry on that. First of all, the first word that I get is I, so I'll store it. Then I get like inside the stack, so I'll store it. Then I'll get this, so I'll store it. After that, I'll get program, so I'll store it inside the stack. Then I'll get very, so I'll store it inside the stack. And then I'll get much, so I'll store that as well inside the stack. So Siddharth, let's say once I've stored all the words inside the stack, then what will I do? What will I do? Siddharth, can you tell me? Once I have stored all the words in the stack, then
I
what
would
can I
just
do?
take them. I can just take them out one by one, and then we can try to maintain the ordering. Like I just think that
So
I
you,
need to speak a lot more, so I would just turn off my fan. Just a second. You can move forward.
yeah, sure. So see, what we have to do here is we have to basically take the words out of the stack one by one. So first of all, I'll take out much, right? That is what I can think. So I'll take out much, then I'll put a dot. After that, I'll pop it out from the stack. So I'll remove it from the stack. After that, what I'll do is after taking out much, I'll take out very from the stack. I'll pop it, and then I'll store very with a dot. After that, the stack top is program. So what I will do is I'll have the program here, and then I will uh, have the program stored here inside the string with a dot. So Siddharth, if there is any questions for me, meanwhile you can keep on asking me on behalf of the
Okay.
audience. Is that
Okay. Sure. Yeah.
yeah?
Sure. Now you
So
can now you can talk with me. Means you can just ask me in the meantime if you want.
okay, then I'll store this and then I'll remove it from the stack. I'll pop it out. After that, I'll have a this. So this will be at the top, and I'll like after this like is at the top, so I'll store it, and then I'll put a dot. So since I'm talking about the word like, so make sure to hit the like button if you have just joined us. After this, what you will do is you'll pop like from this stack, and then the current top becomes I. So you will put I. Now Siddharth, this is the last word. So after this, will you put a dot?
Not required. You can see.
Not
Just try to see it with the example. So if we just observe it with the example, in the example it is not required, but we are having a dot. So we can see that this is an exception to the things that we were doing up till this point. So how to handle that exception? Yes, can you tell us?
okay. So I will handle the exception while writing the code. Okay, that will be much more clear. Now Anu is asking that do we need to store the dots inside the stack? What is your opinion, Siddharth? No, correct?
No.
Will you store the
We
dots inside
think
the stack, Siddharth?
no, I don't think it is required. Either it
Correct.
is
You just need
required.
to store the words. No, it's not required actually. Right. So the first thing that
Okay.
comes to our mind is stack. Okay, now Siddharth, there's one more challenge that is lying in front of you. The challenge that is there is you have been
Okay.
given this particular string. So how do you
Okay.
differentiate between the words? How will you process the words one by one and store them inside the string? See, first thing that you can do is you can use some inbuilt function, and you can, whenever you get a dot, so you can put those words inside. Are you getting this? There's some function that
Okay.
is in Java, at least I know that there is a particular function split. So for those who are from Java, I think you can write Java plus plus in the chat. For those who know that there is a split function in Java, correct? All of you can write a yes in the
Okay.
chat. We are using the stack approach path because we are having the words last in first out concept. Okay, so split, yes, split function is there in Java for reversing, but suppose some other function can be there in C++ or Python or anything. But if I am the interviewer, Siddharth, then I will never allow
Okay.
you to use the inbuilt functions, correct? So
No.
what will I do in that case? That is the situation. So see, what I'm doing is I'm going to do just one thing. I'm just quickly going to bring this down here. Okay, that will be fine. Yeah.
Okay.
So let's proceed further with this. So what will I do, Siddharth? Can you tell me, like, if I don't allow you to use this thing, that is the extra inbuilt functions, that how will you extract the words from the given string?
So I can say that I can do a reverse engineering kind of thing. What I can do is I can just see the problem in a different way. See, we want the ordering of much to be intact. Okay. So what we can do is we can have 1 2 and then we can just reorder it to 2 1. Okay. We can have 1 2 and we can reorder it to 2 1. And then we can reverse the whole string itself. Can we do something like that?
Okay, Siddharth. So I'm going to tell you what I can do. See, what I will do
Okay.
is now I'll iterate through the whole string one by one, one by one, one by one. Okay, that is what
Okay.
I'll be doing first of all. Now, what I will
Mhm.
do is I'll initially have a temp variable and it will be marked as null. Okay,
Okay.
and I'll have an empty stack with myself as well. I'll have an empty stack as well. Okay, and I will
Okay.
check. Initially, I'll mark that like initially my temp will be null. Okay, initially my temp will be empty. Now, if I'm at this
Okay.
particular ith character, so if I'm at this particular ith index, so is this guy a character? What do you think, Siddharth? Yes, it is a character.
Mhm.
So you
Yes.
will do what? You will store it inside the string. Okay.
Okay.
If the ith, see, I am saying that if the ith character is not equal to a
Yes.
dot. So if it is a character, then you will add it to your temp, right? You will say that temp plus is equal to s of I. So basically, what will happen is in your temp, this ith character will get
Yes.
added. So what will get added? Basically, here I will get added. So temp will get updated
Yes.
with I. After that, you will move
Yes.
the index. So you'll move to this guy. Now, when you move to this guy,
Okay.
Siddharth, then there's a
Yes.
dot. So what comes to your mind when
Yes.
there's a dot?
When there is a dot, I can just reverse it and then I can keep it. Can I
See,
do
when
this
there is a
kind of
dot,
thing?
Siddharth. See, Siddharth,
Yes.
when there is a dot, in that case, what you can
Hmm.
do is you can simply say that I'll store the current temp inside the stack. So you'll store this
Okay.
inside the stack. Are you getting this point? You'll store it,
Yeah,
and then
absolutely.
after that, your pointer will move here. But before moving your
Okay.
pointer, can I say that? Can I say that
Hmm.
whenever you encounter a dot and you have stored the current temp, that is the current word, the temp is
Hmm.
containing the current one. So once you have stored the current word, then you will simply do what? You will simply empty the stack. You will mark it as null again. You'll mark it as empty,
Okay.
and
And then you
and
would
then you will
start
move to
pouring out the values.
yeah. Then you move to this index. So is this index dot? No. So I'll add L to my temp. After that, I'll move to the
Okay.
next guy. So I'll move to this particular character. Is it a dot, Siddharth? No. So I'll add it. Then
No.
after that, I move to K. So what will happen? I'll move to K. I'll add it. Then I'll move to E. So I'll add it. And then after that, Siddharth, where will I move? I'll move to a dot. So after that, when you
Yes.
encounter a dot, Siddharth, what will you do?
I would just start pouring down the values.
So you will do what? You will store the temp inside your stack. Okay, this is your
Yes.
stack. You'll store the current temp inside your stack and then you will mark it as empty because it has been processed and you'll move to the next index. So it is again now marked as
Okay.
null. Now, after that, you see this character. So it is not null. So you'll have T. So you'll store T. Then you'll have H. So you'll store like basically see, you will have T, H, then IS. Then you'll store this inside. Right. So one by one, you'll keep on storing. So is this part clear to everyone?
Yes.
Yes or no? So in that case, what you will do? You will move to this thing that is what P. So after that, programming will also be stored, right? Inside the temp program, let's say. Then after that, what will happen? After that, vary will be there. So vary will be stored. After that, see, Siddharth. After that, what will happen? Inside your temp, one by one, much will be there. Correct, audience? Everyone can tell us. After that, much will
Yes.
be there.
Absolutely.
So now when much is there, Siddharth, then after that, do you have a
Okay.
dot? After that,
After
see,
much,
Siddharth,
we
after
don't
that,
have a
you will
dot.
you will keep on iterating, you'll keep on iterating, you'll keep on iterating, you'll keep
Yes.
on iterating, and then you reach the end of the string.
Okay. And
So,
then we can
so
say
when
that
you reach
at
the
the end, if we have some values in the given temp, we can just pour it down.
just
We
after
can check
after
it
moving out, you will
explicitly.
just store it.
Yes,
Just
after
after
moving
moving
out,
out
we
of
can
the
just check if the temp is non-empty, then we can just pour it down and again make it empty.
okay. So everyone is clear with this? Please tell me. Everyone is clear up till now, guys. All of you can make sure to hit the like button if you are clear with this much part. You can just write a clear in the
Okay,
chat. Everyone is clear with this much approach up till now.
okay, just quickly tell us that are you there up till this point? You can just write a one. You don't even need to write clear. Just write a one quickly. Just write a one quickly, and then we would move forward.
Okay, Siddharth. So
The
let's see
best
what I'll be
part
doing.
about Okay, just let us see. Yes, yes, it is clear for everyone. We can move forward. Yes.
Okay. So what will I do? See, I will do something like this. First of all, what I will say is I'll have a string that will store the final answer. So I'll mark it as null initially. Let's say if I don't take it initially as well, that will be fine. So what I will do is I'll have the stack, and stack will consist of what? So that's strings, correct?
Yes.
So I'll declare the stack as st. Then after that, what will I do further? After this, I will iterate through the string. I'll try to iterate through the string. So let's say I'll have n is equal to what? S dot size, the size of your string. And after this, what you will do, Siddharth? Any
I would
idea on this going
just,
forward further?
I would try to think of the temp thing. Try to declare the temp.
Yeah, so you will do what? You will declare the temp as null, as I've told. Then what you will do? You will
Yes.
iterate through the string. So for int, I start from 0. And if you are using Java, so you will use, I think you will use a string builder. For Java people, they can confirm yes or no. For Java people, I think that if you are building your temp, so I
Yes.
think you will build it in a string builder or something. I'm not so sure,
Yes.
but I think that will be the case. Okay. Now, after this, I'll
Okay.
iterate through each of the words. So Siddharth, if suppose that my ith character
Yes.
is
Yes.
not equal to a dot. If it's not a dot, then what will I do?
We would simply store it in the temp. I think so.
Yeah, you will say that temp plus is equal to s of I. You will store it inside, right? Otherwise, let's
Yes.
say that if it is null, if it is a dot, so that means it's end of a particular word. Then in that case, what you will do? You will
Yes.
simply push it inside your stack, right? You'll push this
Start.
temp inside your stack, and then you will mark it as empty for
Yeah,
storing the other
absolutely.
words. Up till now,
Okay.
is this much part clear? But Siddharth, is there anything that I'm missing? If up till now you're clear, then please tell me. If audience is clear up till now, is there anything else that I want to do, Siddharth?
You are resetting the value of temp, which is correct. You are pushing it to the
After coming
stack,
out of the
which is
loop,
also correct.
after coming out of the loop,
Yes.
do I need to do something
We
else?
need, yes, you need to check explicitly, which we were talking about. So we can just say that if the size of temp is not equal to 0 or greater than 0, we can move forward with that.
See, in this problem, they will be like it will never happen that after a it will never happen that after a particular word you will have a dot. Correct, Siddharth? Have you
Okay,
understood this?
okay, okay. Yeah,
Right.
absolutely.
So in that case, you can simply store the temp here. You don't even need to check
Okay.
it. Okay.
Is it
After this
mentioned in
part
the
is
test?
done.
Is it mentioned in the question? Is it mentioned in the question?
Just if you will read it carefully, it has been mentioned indirectly. Okay.
Okay, 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 okay.
After this part is done, so what will I do? Can I say that I'll start iterating through the stack? Yes or no, guys? Please tell me. After that, what will I do? I will want myself to start iterating. So I'll store it in an answer, right? So I'll say that string answer. I think you will use a string builder because in Java, I think strings are immutable. So if you always keep on adding words inside characters inside a string in Java, so that will take a lot of time actually. That will take a lot of time. But for that, you can use string builders. All of you can agree to this point. For the Java coders, they can agree. See, we are catering your doubts as well. Okay, so that is why you can at least write and agree in the chat. After this part is done, Siddharth, so
Okay.
I will have an empty string
Just
answer that will be marked as null. Then what should I do?
okay. You can just move
After that,
forward. But
I'll move until the stack
yes,
is not empty. So while not of stack dot
yes,
empty, I think this is how we write it, Siddharth. Just let me know if I'm correct or not.
yes,
After this much
absolutely.
explanation, right? So if
Yes,
it is not empty, then we'll keep on iterating, Siddharth. Correct. So see, what
absolutely.
will I do here? What will I do? Let's come back to this part. So what will you do if your current top is this? Then what will you do?
I would just take out that value,
And you
keep
will store it,
it to the string,
and then
and
you will
then
like
I
you will
would store, add a dot.
correct. So you Siddharth is saying that what he will try to do is he will try to, let's say, he will say that answer plus is equal to, inside his answer he will add the top element, okay, along with a dot. He's saying that he'll add the top element along with the dot, and then he will pop the
Yes,
element out. That is what he is trying to say, correct? Now Siddharth, if
yes,
you do this,
yes.
then there is one issue. So what is the issue, and how will you deal with that?
So I can say
See,
that
you
after
will have
popping, so yeah, so just what we can do is just my scenario. You can move forward. What can I do is after popping the element in the stack, if I find out that after popping the stack is now empty, okay,
so
I
let's do
can
one
say
thing,
that I
Siddharth.
can
Let's do one thing. Let's
Yeah.
do one thing. Let's say much is taken out. I've popped much out. Then I'll write program. Then I'll write a dot after that.
Yes.
Okay. No, sorry.
Yes.
Then I'll write a very, no? Very.
Yes.
Then I'll put a dot.
Okay.
So I'll pop it out. Then I'll have program. So I'll have
Okay.
program. Then again I'll put a dot. After this,
Okay.
what I'll do is I'll have this. Then I'll put a dot. Correct.
Yes. Yes.
After this, what I'll do is I'll have like, and then I'll put a dot. Okay.
Yes.
Now, what is, if you will observe that, what is the stack size now?
Stack size is now equal to 1.
So can you tell me something? What will you do?
So we can
When
do
do
it
you
in
want to
two
add a
ways.
dot?
Either, so we can do it in two ways. So instead of, we can move forward with this dot thing also. If we want to come back, like if I want to save my solution, okay. So if I want to save my solution, I can say that if the stack size is equal to 1, then I would just pop back the last dot. I can just reverse the problems I'm making. Or else we can only add a dot if the size is greater than 1.
Correct.
We can do either of
If
this.
the stack size, if the stack size is equal to 1, if it is equal to 1, so if currently inside the stack, if you just have one element, then you will put that element without a dot. No dot is required after that. Correct. But if the stack has some element, let's say if it had this thing, if it had like, it had this. So if the stack size is greater than 1, then we will put that particular element with a dot. Correct? Is this part clear to everyone? Please write clear in the chat, guys, if you are very much clear with this. If the stack
Okay.
size is greater than 1, then you will put that particular word with a dot, and then you will pop it out. If the stack size is equal to 1, then that means that the current top word of the stack is the last word, and after the last word, since you don't want any dot, so in that case you will store this particular word without any dot. If you are clear, then you can quickly write a clear. Okay, so Siddharth, what changes will you make here? So if
Okay.
the
Yeah.
stack size is going to be equal to, like if it's greater than 1, right? So if it's greater
Yes.
than 1, then what you will do, Siddharth? You will add this particular word like this, like with a dot. Else what you will do
Yes.
is, you'll say that answer plus is equal to what?
Yes.
Sd dot top without any dot. Because if it is greater than 1, then that means you will add it with a dot. Otherwise, if it is else, if like in the else part, if you'll go, so that means its size is 1, so you'll directly add
Yes.
without any extra spaces. Okay, and so that was also telling
Yes.
that you can push it and then pop it. That is also fine, but we don't want to confuse the audience, so currently we are going with the solution. Is that fine,
Either of
Siddharth?
the ways is fine, but we are sticking to Yash explanation and his implementation so that his ideas and his implementation match either of the ways.
Right, so is then I'll return the answer, Siddharth.
Yeah, absolutely. You can return that. I think it is correct
Okay,
now.
let me try and compile it also. Let's see what seems to work on the samples. I think let's try and submit it as well.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yes.
it got accepted. So is this problem clear to everyone?
Yeah, absolutely. So while we would be waiting for the next 1 or 2 minutes, okay, I think, are you done with the problem? Yes.
Yes, yes. So is everyone clear with this problem? Up till now, you can write a clear in the chat. If you're clear, if you have understood this problem, make sure to write an understood in the chat. I'm just waiting for your responses. And again, if I will remind you, so this problem has been asked in Adobe, it has been asked in Amazon, Cisco, Goldman Sachs, a lot of companies. So that is why we have taken this problem from the GFG SDE sheet. Explain line number 33. So while not of stack.empty, so this basically means that, see, if I'll do st.empty, so st.empty will return me a true if the stack is empty, but st.empty will return me a false if the stack is not empty. So if it will return me a false and I want to run the while loop, so while loop will always run when it is true. So if the stack becomes empty, then st.empty will return, like if the stack is not empty, if the stack still has some elements, if the stack still has some words, then the stack dot empty will return a false if the stack is not empty. And when I do a not, then this will become true. So overall, the while loop will keep on running. Okay, that is what will happen Karunakar. Is that clear to you?
See, the most simple explanation is, see, stack.empty ये बताता है कि stack empty है या नहीं. See, not is what? Not is just the opposite of it. So अगर stack empty है तो वो yes बताएगा और हम लोग उसको not से reverse कर देंगे. Yes को no कर देंगे, no को yes कर देंगे. So not equal to empty means what? It has some elements. Simple explanation. Okay, so fair enough. So now let's cater the doubts of the audience. May I move forward with it, Yash, for the next 2 minutes, and then you can resume.
Definitely you can. Definitely you can.
Okay, okay, fair enough. So now we would be highlighting all the funny comments. We would be catering all the doubts. So when will be the next event? The next event is volatile
It will.
because
I'll tell you. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. It
yes,
will be whenever Abhinav is available.
yes, absolutely. So
Actually,
whenever Abhinav
actually, it
is
is dependent on Abhinav's schedule.
yes, Abhinav has a very busy schedule, if you know.
You can
Okay.
see he's going on and off. He's always going on and off. Actually, the sale has started. So he has started booking. He was adding
Yeah.
the elements. He was adding the things in his wish list. How many you think of you think that Abhinav is currently shopping? So all of you can quickly write that. You agree with this?
Okay.
That Abhinav is currently
How
going
many
shopping.
of you think that Abhinav does the amount of money that Abhinav is with presently? He doesn't need a sale to buy. How many of you think this? By the way, a small disclaimer. Okay, a small disclaimer. I hope that you would remember this. If you say your thoughts or your doubts more than once, okay, I don't think it is going to make the stream relevant. Okay, please give your doubts only once. Either of the mentor is always catering the comment section, okay, and we would filter out all the doubts. Why? Because filtering is present. More than 100 viewers are concurrent on this current on this, so I think filtering is required. We can't just answer every doubt. Abhinav be like पैसा ही या भाई पैसा है ही. शॉपिंग है, कल कॉलेज आना है उसको. Okay, Abhinav, you have college tomorrow? Abhinav is on another world.
So yeah, I have my college tomorrow, and actually Slok is my batchmate, so he knows.
Okay,
Actually, there is some
this is a funny one.
crisis of attendance in my college, so I have to just cover 75% attendance. Then also I have some 23%, I think.
Okay. So Yash sir is looking like third copy of Vicky Kaushal. Yeah.
So
चलो अब यश से लड़की पट जाएगी नहीं यश.
Yeah. I don't have any Katrina Kaif as of now.
Okay.
should I continue with now? It's
Yes, we can continue. I think we can continue. Yeah.
So can I take one problem for now? Yes, if it is comfortable for you.
Definitely.
Can I take one?
Okay. So Siddharth, like, can we proceed further? Audience can quickly write a yes in the chat if you think that we can proceed further with another problem. Yes or no? Or Abhinav, you want,
Okay.
like, how many likes have we reached up till now?
Let us see.
Yeah, we have to see the likes.
See, if I can assure you one thing, if we reach 600 likes in this stream, then Abhinav will do whatever you want. Okay. So shall we start?
Yes, I think we can. R. Mahadevan. Okay. Yash looks like many people, many famous people, to be honest. Okay, Yash, you can open the problem page and I would just add it to the stream.
Yeah.
Okay, added. You can move forward and I will take care of all the links and the names.
Okay, now what does the problem say? The problem says that you have to find the minimum indexed character. Okay, again, I'm reminding that I'm taking this problem from the GFG SDE sheet. So problem name is minimum indexed character. Okay, now if you look at this particular problem, so it has been asked in Ola. I think it must have been asked in some other companies as well. Now, if you look at this problem, so you will be given a string str and you will be given another string pat. Okay, actually, this is the first problem. Actually, there's something special about this problem that I like to tell you. This was the first problem that I did live stream on GFG practice channel itself. Okay, so this is the very first problem that I did live stream for it. So like it was not that good, but still it was my first day uh, in the live stream for GFG practice. So
So
minimum index
how many days ago was how many days? Okay. Do you
how many
remember the
days it
date?
been?
Yes.
I think it was somewhere in September, mid of September, I think, last year.
It
So
has been years.
next
Days.
next week it is going to be my 6 months at Geeks for Geeks. So means I have joined in April. It's I think 5th of April. I remember, and from 5th of October it will be 6 months. So yeah,
Actually,
and
Yes.
this message is not for the audience from Avinav side. It is for someone else.
yeah. Okay.
This is for the management.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm sharing. Just a sec.
Okay. So see, you will be given a string str and you will be given another string pat. And you have to find the minimum index of the character str which is present in the string pat. Okay. Now, what do I mean by that? So let's quickly see this up in this question. Okay. So if I will look at this particular thing here, let's quickly see this. So the string str that has been given to me, it looks something like this. It looks like geeks for geeks. Okay. The string str looks like geeks for geeks, not promoting geeks for geeks, but it is given as geeks for geeks. Okay. Now, part string is nothing but set. Okay. Now, if like what do I need to find? So the problem says that I'm giving you these two strings and you have to find the minimum index of the character in str that is also present in pat. The minimum index of the character that is present in pat as well. That is present in pat and it is also present in str. So inside this pat string, if I say s, so can I say that s is present in the string str? What do you think? In the string str, in this particular string, is the character s present from the pat string? In the pat string, the first character is s. So is s present in the first string str? Yes or no, guys? Yes or no? What do you think, Abhinav?
Yeah,
Is it
yeah,
present? So
yeah. It is. It
S is
is.
present. What is the minimum index at which S is present?
So it is. I think fourth.
So it is fourth index. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So up till now, my minimum index is what? 4 maybe. Okay. Now, if I move forward with this and I move to, let's say, E. So Abhinav, is E present? Like E is the character of the pat string. Now, is E present in the string str? What do you think?
Yeah.
That is it present? Yeah, Abhinav, is it present? It is present.
Yeah.
What is the
It is
minimum
present.
index at which E is present? What
It's
is the
one.
minimum
It's
index?
one. It's
It's
one.
1. Okay, you
Yeah.
are saying that it's 1. So can I say that I'll update the minimum to 1?
Yeah. Exactly.
The minimum index at which the character is present in the pat string as well as the str string, right? So the particular character of the pat string, the minimum index at which it is present in the str string as well. That is what I have to find. Now, after this is done, so let's move to the next character of the pat string. So I move to T, Abhinav. So is T present or not, Abhinav? What do you think?
No, T is not present.
So T is not present. After that, Abhinav, what will happen? I'll end up the traversal.
Yeah.
Correct. The traversal
Exactly.
has completed. Now, Abhinav,
Yeah.
what is the minimum index? What is the minimum index at which, in which a particular character of pat string is present in the string str?
So it's one. Now it's one.
Yeah, it's E, right? So it's E.
Yeah. It's
You can
C.
write, all of you can write 1 in the chat. The minimum index is this one. The minimum index is 1. The minimum index is 1. Correct, guys? Great. Now let's come back to the explanation part here. You can see that it says that E is the character which is present in the given string str. Okay. And it is also present in the pad string. So the minimum is E. Okay. After this, let's move to the next dry run as well. So let's take the next example here and see what will happen further. So I'll take the next example as well. So this is what I'll be doing. See, what I'll be doing is I'll have the string str, and the string str will look something like this. It will look like A, D, then it will look like C. Uh, After that, what will happen? A, D, C. Then after that, I'll have F, F, and then A, E, T. Correct? That is what I'll have. Correct, Abhinav?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. After that, I'll have the pad string. So what do I have in the pad string? So I have O, N, K, L. Again, I'm reminding you, if you will hit, let's say 700, 600 likes, then Abhinav will do whatever you want. I will make that. I'll make sure.
Yeah,
Okay.
let's aim that.
Now,
Let's aim that. Exactly.
yeah, let's aim it. Let's aim. Let's shoot for the moon. Even if we miss, we'll land on the stars. Okay. So now after that, what will happen, Abhinav? Currently, what will be your minimum? In the starting, Abhinav, what do you think? What should you keep your minimum index? Like, what should you keep your minimum as?
So
All of you can
minimum
tell
should
me.
be
Abhinav, you can just wait. What audience can tell me?
sure.
What will you keep? Like, what will you initialize your minimum with initially? Initially.
Can anyone
Okay,
tell me?
somebody saying -1.
No,
But
it
if
should
you
not be -1, Preeti. Okay, max. Okay, I just want the answer which is not max. We all know that integer
I
dot
want to
max and
minimize my answer. Yeah, Abhinav,
yeah, we have
continue.
to minimize the smallest value which we can take. What it should be. No.
Guys, I'll tell you. See, if I give you an array like 8, 10, 20, 1, 2, 3, and stuff like that, and I want to find the minimum element out of 10. So see, can I say that I can initialize my minimum to infinity, positive infinity? That is nothing but int maximum. Because I want to find the minimum element, so that's why initially I can initialize my minimum variable to infinity, positive infinity. I can initialize it to infinity, and then whenever I'll keep on getting the smaller elements, then my minimum will keep on going down. It will
Also,
keep on correcting itself.
yes, can
Yes.
we take as minimum as the length of the string here?
If you want to take something like that as well, you can take it. Definitely, you can take it. But what I will suggest you is not like sometimes what can happen, they might ask that if it is not so, then you have to return int maximum or something. If you don't read it properly and you return n only, the length of the string, then it will
Yeah,
get wrong answer.
then it will be
So
wrong.
usually, I'll
Exactly.
suggest that you should do int max. Okay.
Yeah, that is a
Right.
common case. So that is what we can do. Great, guys. Great.
Okay. Is it understood up till now, guys? Yes or no? Make sure to hit the like button if you have understood this. Okay, so after this, what will I do? I will say that I will mark my minimum as what? I will mark my minimum as infinity initially. Okay, that is nothing but int maximum. After that, let's say I have this particular character p pat like O. So is Abhinav, what do you think? Is O present inside the string str?
No, I don't think so. It is not present.
Okay, Preeti is saying that for max, what I should do? So for max, you should initialize your max mx as 0. Okay, like you should, no, sorry. You should initialize your mx as what? Minimum, na? Negative infinity. You should initialize as negative infinity or int min. Okay, that is why we are solving these basic problems, because many people might not have an idea about these things, and many people might see these problems for the first time. That is why we are solving this for you. Okay.
Exactly.
So what will I do? So is O present? Abhinav, what do you think? Is O present in the string str?
No, I don't think O is present.
Okay, so you are saying that O is not present. So if O is not present, so in that case, what would you do?
I think that we can just continue to the next character.
Okay. So in that case, you will say that, okay, let's move to n. Now, is n present in the string str, Abhinav?
No, N is also not present.
Okay. Then I'll go to k. So is k present?
K is also not present.
Okay, after that I
And
move to
L
L.
is
So is
also
L
not
present?
present. No, it is also not
So
present.
in that case, your can I say that your minimum is still infinity?
Yeah, exactly.
Yes. So if your minimum is still infinity, so if there is no repeating character, in that case you are returning what? -1. So if there are no repeating characters, then you will return a -1. Is that this part clear to you, Abhinav?
Yeah, exactly. That is clear.
So, so can I say Abhinav? Can I say that if my minimum is still pointing to infinity, that is nothing but int max, then in that case I'll return a -1. Otherwise, I'll return the minimum values that I've stored up till now. Correct?
Sure, sure. Great.
This part is clear. Please write clear in the
Okay.
chat, everyone, if you are clear
Yeah.
with this particular part.
Just a one in the chat. If the thing is clear. Otherwise, we can just sum it up, and then let's move towards the code part. Yes, I think.
Correct. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, before moving to the code part of enough, what technique can you use? Guys, quickly tell me what technique can you use? I am trying to find something, right? I'm trying to find whether a particular character is present or not, or something like that. So, what comes to your mind? What kind of data structure or thing comes to your mind when I want to find something optimally? What comes to your mind? Which data structure comes to your mind when I want to find something optimally?
So we
Okay,
are
boom.
basically finding the first index or the first position of a particular character in the string. So we also have an inbuilt function index of. So that function gives us the first index of a particular character. But the thing is that that particular function will take O of n time, I think. So
Correct.
we can use a frequency array or a hash map to store the frequency. The thing to point out is that we have to store the frequency of the first position, not for the multiple of the last position. Don't have to overwrite. You have to store for the first position only. Yeah, yes.
Right. So you will use what? You will use an unordered map in C++, or a hash map in Java. And what you will do is you'll do the mapping of the character along with the index. That is, you will do the mapping of the character along with the index that it is present at. Correct?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. So now my question to you is like what see, there can be various approaches, right? So there can be various approaches for solving this particular problem. Now I am asking, which string will you like to hash? Will you like to hash pat string? Will you like to hash str string? Will you like to hash the pat string? Will you want to hash the str string, or will you like to hash both
So
of them? What do you think, guys?
yes, I'm not getting this thing. Means I'm just still confused between that which string to has. Let's ask from the audience that which string to has from here. Means we have to iterate for the map in the first str or the pat. So Sweta is saying the str string. Let's see that what others are saying. Let's see for the others.
Sahil is saying pat. Okay.
Okay. What about others? Which string should we has? STR. So I think that most of they are saying STR. Yes, I think that STR should be has, na?
So see, Abhinav, they can be various approaches, but let's put things into perspective. Let's say that what if I hash C, Abhinav? Let's say that I am moving C, Abhinav. Can I say that what I was
Yeah.
trying to do earlier? I was at this O, and I was trying to find this O inside this string. Correct? Right?
Okay.
Maybe.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then let's say I was at N, and I was trying to find whether N is present or not. So basically, I'm saying that let's say I use a hash map and I hash the let's hash the pat string. Okay, let's say what will happen if I hash the pat string. So let's say if I hash the pat string, so in that case what will happen? See, I'll mark the I'll move to O, I'll mark it as true that okay, O is present. Then after that, where will I move enough? I'll move to let's say N, and then I'll
Exactly.
mark N as true. I'll mark what? N as true, indicating that
Okay.
okay,
Sure.
it will be marked as true. Then what I'll do is I'll move to K, and I'll mark K as true. Correct? Then what will
Okay.
I do? I'll move to L, and I'll mark L as true. That okay, L is present. Right. So basically, what
Exactly.
have I hashed? Currently, what have I hashed up enough? I have hashed the
It is the
pat
patch
string.
string.
Is this part clear?
Exactly.
I
Yeah,
currently
it's clear.
inside my map, inside my hash map, I've done the hashing or the storing of the path string. Nothing else
So
as of now.
guys, this is the observation we have to make. Means there can be different methods to solve a particular problem. We can also apply that str method. We can also apply this pat method. Okay, so you have to observe that which one is the efficient one, and that is what you have to use. That is what the thing is, that when interviewers ask this type of questions, we all know that these are some easy problems which someone who is just clear with the basics can solve. But what the interviewer is asking to you is basically how you are approaching it. Means if it is asked in an interview of Microsoft or Amazon, they're not wanting that. They know that you will be able to solve it, but how you are going to solve the problem, that is what they are checking. Getting? Okay, yes, yeah.
Okay. Okay, Abhinav. So see, after that, what I'll do is, after hashing, the first step will be to hash the string str. Sorry, to hash the string pat. Okay, inside the map. After this, what I'll do is I'll iterate through the string str. Okay, so after this, Abhinav, I'll iterate at this a. And what can I try to do? I can try to find whether this a is present inside the hash map or not. What if this a was present inside the hash map? Then what will you say? What
Yeah.
if this
So
was present inside the hash
if
map?
that character is present in the hash map, that we have to consider the index of that character in the minimum.
So if it was present, then you will say that this ith index is the index that you should return. That will is the minimum index, correct?
Exactly. That is index we have
Okay.
to consider.
See, things will be more clear when I'll come back to the first example, because in this example, obviously, you will never find it. So then you will move to D. So is D present? Abhinav? No.
No.
So after that, you move to C. So you try and search whether C is present inside the hash map. Yes or no? No. After that, what you will do is you'll try to find F. So is F present inside the hash map?
No. So
No.
I think that all the
After
other
that, you
characters
move
are
to
not
F.
present. Yeah.
Okay, so when you move to all of the characters one by one, and you end up iteration. So you find that no character is present of the string str. So in that case, you will return a -1 because your minimum is still pointing to int maximum, or you can say infinity. Correct? Is this part
Exactly.
clear? That you are trying to search
And
and currently
and
no index is there.
in this case, there is
Yes,
no
Abhinav.
use of that minimum variable. You can see, we are just storing it in a hash map. Then we are just checking that whatever is the first character which we are getting, are just we have to consider and we have to output. We are even not getting that thing. So that is the
Correct.
next thing we have to check. Okay. Yeah.
Fine. Now, let's move to the second example as well, Abhinav. Then things will come more into place. So let's quickly do this. Up till now, is the audience clear? I hope that you are clear. Some people are saying that they will store the index. That is also fine. Those things are also fine if you have multiple approaches. But I am telling you one of the approaches, because if I'll cover multiple approaches for the same problem, similar kind of approaches, so it will take a lot of time for us to cover other problems as well. Okay. So see, I'll have what? Geeks for geeks. That is what I'll have. Then I'll have inside the path string, what I'll have is set. Okay. So what will you hash, Abhinav?
Yeah, we will have the pat string.
Okay. So you will be at this particular thing. So S will be stored, which will be marked as true. Then you will move to E. Then you will do what? You will store E and you will mark it as true. And then you will move to T and then you will mark it as true. Correct, Abhinav? That is what you are thinking of as of now.
Exactly. Yeah. Sure.
Then what will you do?
Then we will just iterate to that str and check
Okay.
that if for a character its hash map value is true, we have to consider that.
Okay. So what will you do here?
So we can
Is
just
it
check
is
it
G
whether
present?
so that G is false, it is not in the hash map. We will just move forward, we'll just continue to the next character.
So then you move to E. Is it present?
Yeah, exactly. E is present. So I think one is the value
So then what will you
also.
do?
So we will just
Then what will
return
you
the
do?
value, just return the index of E, that is one.
Correct, because that will be the minimum index, now, because you are moving from left to right. So whatever index you will get, that will be the minimum index. Is this part clear to everyone? How cleverly we have even eliminated the minimum checking part also. Is it clear? Everyone is clear with this thing or not? Please tell us, guys. If you'll do the indexing hashing, in that case, if you will do first of all hash the str along with the indexes, in that case you will have to keep a track of the minimum as well. But you will not have to keep a track of the minimum, because since in the str string you're moving from left to right, so that basically means that you'll always, whenever at a particular ith index you get the character as repeated in the string in the map, so that will simply indicate that the particular character was present in pat as well as str, and it will be the minimum index at which it will present. Okay, Oshin is saying all of others can also write a +1 quickly, guys. All right, guys. Too much hassle. Okay, so let's move forward. Let's move forward. How will I write the code further? Any idea? Any idea on this? Okay, so what will I do going further? What will I do? See, I will use an unordered map, right, Abhinav? What will I do?
Yeah, we can use
I'll
that.
use an unordered, and I'll hash the characters along with the, let's say, bool
I think
value or
Boolean value,
something,
no?
whatever.
Yeah, Boolean.
Right. See, you can hash the indexes or anything as well. That depends totally on you, what you want to do. There can be multiple approaches, as I've already said. Then what will I do, Abhinav? First of all, I'll iterate through the pat string. So what will
Yeah,
I do? I
exactly.
start from 0. I is lesser than the pat dot size. And then,
After that, you have to just make it true, whatever characters are present.
okay, so you are saying that what I'll do is, like in if you are using Java, then you will use map.put. Okay, then you will use map.put for that particular character. Map like uh, people from Java can tell me. I think you will use this thing for Java people. You will declare a hash map, and you will do what? You will do map.put like something like this. Part of I comma true. Is that fine? Yes or no? Java plus plus in the chat. If Java people are clear with this approach, that you will do map.put ith character of the part string, and you'll mark it as true. Is this something that you will do?
Yeah,
Yes or no?
yeah.
Okay, great.
So
So, but in C++, I'll write it like this. Okay, so what will I do? I'll say that part of let's say I'll mark it as true. So I'll simply mark it as true. Okay. Then what will you do, Abhinav? Any idea on this further?
yeah, then we can just iterate to the str string and consider that character which is basically made true in that map.
So you will do what? You'll iterate through the string str, and then you will do an I plus plus here. Okay, fine. And after this, what you will do is you will say that what? If if inside the map, if you try to find, what will you try to find? If the ith character of this is string, if I try to find and it's not equal to map dot end, Abhinav. If
Yeah,
it's not
exactly.
equal to map dot
We
end.
can just
So
we
if you
can
try
just
to,
find that if it is equal, we can just directly find that the map value of that is equal to true.
yeah, you can also do that as well. Yeah, if it is marked as true.
No,
So if it
it's
is
not
marked as
fine.
true,
We will just take that, I think.
sorry, Abhinav,
Yeah,
sorry. Yeah.
yeah.
So if this particular ith character is already marked as true, if it is already marked as true, then I will do what? I will simply return this particular index, because that will is the minimum index. Correct? If it is not found, so you if it is not found of enough, then I'll come out of this loop without returning the index. In that case, what will I do, Abhinav? In that case, what
After
should I
that,
return? I should return.
return -1.
Correct? That is how I am doing it. Okay.
Exactly.
So is this up till now, is everything clear? I might have made several mistakes because I was talking a lot. Uh, Otherwise, if I would have written it directly, it would have been fine. Okay. Let's see what happens. So, yeah, works fine on the samples. Let's try and submit it as well. Yeah, does pass. So all of you can write a clear in the chat. If everyone is clear with this problem, it has passed all the test cases that were there. Is everyone clear with this thing? Yes or no? You can quickly tell me, and then we can proceed further. Is it clear? Is the question clear to everyone? The thought process for this question and everything is clear? If it's clear, you can tell us.
Just write a 1 in the chat if it is clear.
Just a quick +1 in the chat if everyone is clear with this question.
Yeah,
Okay.
they are. It's clear.
Okay, Abhinav. So how many likes are there now?
Uh,
Okay,
just
fair enough.
viewers will tell us.
So this is 12:30 now. So we mentors have been speaking for the last 2.5 hours. So I think everyone should have a break because the viewers, there are a lot of live viewers. You are up till this point, more than 75. So I think everyone should take a break of 10 minutes. Okay. So now we can't just start watching the TikTok reels or something. So let's start a discussion kind of thing. Let's take a positive use of that. I have a start comment. I would answer that. Till that, everyone just quickly float your formal as well as informal questions. Okay. How can I remain consistent? Like sometimes I feel demotivated when I spend a lot of time in a single problem. So let's start with me. So I think that you shouldn't spend a lot of times in a particular problem if you are out of ideas. Okay, suppose you are getting constant ideas, then you should be pretty much solving it. But if you are out of ideas for 15 minutes, then it's better that you move forward with a given hint. What do you think? What's your take on this, Yash?
Definitely, like feeling demotivated it is not an option. If you want to take breaks, you can always take breaks. But you should start off by solving easy problems that will give you a lot of confidence, and then slowly going forward, you will eventually learn a lot. Because if you will even see our linked list lecture in the last linked list stream, so you can see that if someone directly comes to the palindrome problem, then they will feel a lot of difficulty, a lot of heat. But if you do it step by step, if you solve the easy problems, normal problems, standard problems, then slowly and gradually things will be fine. Because if you will do those basics, then after that, if you will move to, let's say, adding two numbers that are represented as linked list, or adding two expressions, adding two polynomials that are represented as linked list, those kind of problems will become easy. So you should go step by step, and there is nothing that you should feel demotivated. Don't keep the expectations too high. That is one thing that I'll say. And other than this, that's just fine.
Okay, fair enough. Let's move forward to the next query. It is for Abhinav. Okay, it is for Abhinav. Now let's move forward with Vijay Mohan. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Read and smile, Yash.
I like your smile and energy. Keep it up. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Like I know sometimes when I speak a lot, or when I speak like see, when I'm speaking, if I would have been speaking in the front room of my house, then my neighbors would have come. Okay, so I am inside my last room of the house, internal. So I speak very high tone sometimes, but that is just because I become, as I keep on solving and as I keep on explaining, my energy keeps on increasing. So that is one thing. But thanks a lot. Like there are very less people who like this energy, but you are one of them. So thanks a lot, Vijay. I'll like it. It really motivates me a lot.
Okay, I'm not able to solve problems of most of the topics like trees or trees, but I'm scared of binary search algorithmic problems. Okay, what's your take on this, Yash?
I'm able to solve problems of most topics like DP entries, but I'm scared of
He's
binary search
waking.
algorithm. Okay,
He's
now
waking.
Siddharth, one thing. Yeah, one thing that he's saying, he's afraid of buying such algorithm. So see, there are two kind of places where he will be facing difficulties that I can identify, because I have taken a lot of batches and you have also taken a lot of batches. Maybe a bit of, we know that he has already taken a lot of batches. Okay, so the first kind of place that he will face difficulty is where you have to apply buying search. Let's say you have to find biotonic array, or you have to search in a rotated matrix, rotated sorted matrix, those category of problems. There he might be facing difficulties. That is the first state, and that he might be catering very easily. But the second kind of thing that he will be facing difficulty is the binary search on answer thing. Binary search on answer, like maximum maximum number of pages, allocate maximum pages. I might forget the problem statement exactly. Allocate maximum pages. Then you have aggressive cows. Then you have uh, capacity to find capacity to ship all the items in D days. All these problems that are asked in companies and are present on GFG. These kind of problems he might be facing difficulty in. So for that, he needs to identify that why as to why buying switch is applied. If he will be able to identify that, then in that case he will be able to solve any problem that is present on any platform, either it's online assessment, it's GFG, it's any other platform, or it's any hard problem or of CP also. So these are the two things that you need to identify. The first is rotated sorted array kind of concept, and the second I think is binary search on answer. Rest, I don't think that anything else is that difficult in my search.
Okay. Next 4 minutes is remaining. After 4 minutes, we would resume the session with Abhinav. Okay, let's take some bold comments too. Okay, controversy में मजा आता है. Okay, so please improve the quality of Geeks for Geeks articles. For him, it is useless. So it has been clearly stated in by many people, like most of the people, they are not useless. The very first thing. Okay. The next thing is that you might say that there are some minute errors that is there. So yes, there are some minute errors. I, as an employee of Geeks for Geeks team, accept this. But the quantity of Geeks for Geeks article is absolutely very large, and the team is working day and night to resolve this thing. And as
Learning,
the quantity is large,
if you will just
okay,
only
so
focus on the articles, if you will just only prepare from the articles, that can also help you to grab a placement. Only the articles
okay,
of
so
GFG.
I think this is a savage reply. This is a savage reply. Okay, this is okay. So okay. When I solve a problem after okay, so fair enough. So see, when I solve a problem, after then I forget my first solution. Why? So I can say that see, you don't for problem solving, which is of competitive programming. We as competitive programmers don't remember the solution of the problem that we solved just 1 hour ago or one day before. We don't really remember. Like we never save it, to be honest. Okay, but if you're solving interview specific problems, you do need to remember that. So first learn the difference where you need to remember and where you not need to remember. So for remembrance, you can move forward with the idea of revising the concepts and maintaining those in a pen paper or is using a Google Sheet. Okay, fair enough. Okay, Ashish, Abhinav, you would like to answer?
Yeah, sure. So POD gets compiled but can't submit. Only some test cases passes demotivate. So Ashish, the thing is that as I told that to solve a particular problem, there are different ways. And if your POD is getting compiled, that doesn't mean that you are approaching a right solution. Means even you will just write a hello world and also it will be compiled. That is what it is, that you don't have any compilation error. But obviously you should provide a particular logic, a particular approach, the correct approach to solve that problem. For that, we have some hints for you. We have some editorials, you can just refer them. Also, after every POD, we upload a video editorial on our GFG practice channel. You can also watch them if you're not getting that. The thing is, don't be demotivated, just give your best. If you're giving your best, then also you are having difficulty, it's okay. Just try, give your best, you will surely improve.
Okay, so let's take the next bold one. So, see, this is, see, it seems that yes, Siddhartha is having a great life, Yash is having great life, but we need to deal with these all comments. So, if you observe the pattern in his comments, he doesn't have his real name and he's trying to ask things which we can't answer. Okay, so I skipped his last query, but even if last one was not relevant, this is also not relevant, but still I would answer it. Okay, to make him understand that we are sitting here, okay, because we have done at least a little amount of hard work that should be justified. Okay, so it is not about proving your mentor that he is wrong. It's all about that, yes, we can be wrong. We as a mentor and a student, we can be wrong. You are also learning, we are also learning. But in the due course of it, you can take the good things from it. Like we have wrong things also, right things also. I'm very sure that Abhinav has some wrong habits also, right habits also. We all three of us has. Okay, and that makes us human. So you can take the good points from us. Okay, so how to make diagrams is absolutely very easy. Just list out all your requirements. Okay, have it down, write it down on a table, and then you can see that what would be the foreign key, like what would be the connection between the other tables. Okay, like you can say that yes, I would align my comments to a reply. Suppose you are designing the diagram of a Facebook, so you can just align it that yes, the reply to a comment can be reply to a comment to a comment can be relation with a different table. This is not relevant, but answered you to just tell that everyone at the end is doing some hard work. Okay,
One more thing I
he
have,
wakes up
like Siddharth is
and
very good. uh, One more thing, Siddharth is very good with DBMS. Okay, he's very good with DBMS, ER diagram. He's very good with designing designing Facebook database schema or e-commerce database schema. We both of us know why. Okay.
no, no, actually, I think so. When I stepped into DBMS, I liked it, to be honest. Okay. So, Siddharth, he wakes up and choose violence. Haha. So, Siddharth, keep a meetup at Kolkata. I don't think much people would join because rarely my college folks know that there is a Siddharth that is present in college, but rarely anyone knows me by my face. Rarely. So if you want to have a meetup, don't call it a meetup. You can just meet me personally. I'm very normal like you. A fourth year student roaming in the streets of Kolkata, just like any other boy. I don't think that would require a meetup. Okay, any beginners would be able to understand the explanation. Okay, any others? Okay, so for this comment, I think we would be ignoring his queries for the rest of the string. Please understand. Okay, I think it is time, but still I would just take one more. Okay. Thanks a lot. You're most welcome. Okay. চলো, let's move forward, Abhinav. Okay, পুজো একদিন দেখা করবে, একদম দেখা করব যখন তুমি বলবে। পুজোতে তো এক দুদিন এখানেই থাকবো। Yes, do you understand Bengali?
Absolutely not. But
We
Abhinav,
will have
you?
a
keep going.
stream on that on YouTube of Bengali
On
classes.
Bengali? Yes, it would be fun. Yes, it would be fun. It would be fun. Okay,
Even if you
I
want,
think.
Siddharth to launch a channel where he will be teaching DSA in Bengali. Not in C++,
Oh,
Java, but
or
मुझे इस लाइन में नहीं
GFG
चाहिए, इन्फ्लुएंसर वाले लाइन में नहीं
GFG
चाहिए।
Bengali. Yeah.
No, no, no.
So
I'm better off as a teacher. Okay, let's move forward then.
sure. Let's move forward with. I think that now I have to take na. So it's time for me. How
Yes,
many of you are
yes.
if
excited?
you if you
Just a plus
if
one.
you want to book anything in the sale, we can definitely take forward.
Yes,
No.
now me and Yash are comparatively free, so you can just ask us to order, and we would have you order at your address.
Let me do some work so that I can get
And
money
Abhinav
for things.
and Abhinav would solve the purpose of paying of it, so you don't need to worry about the payment and all.
You can understand by doing this particular live stream, Abhinav is getting some high amount of money. You can,
They will just assume some lakhs of rupees that yeah. Okay, so let's start with the session,
Okay.
guys. So yeah,
Yeah, Abhinav, share
the
your screen. I would add it to
problems.
the.
Yeah, I'm just sharing my screen. Before that, I've just given a note that the problem which I have selected, uh, they have multiple solutions. Basically, all the problems have multiple solutions, but the problems which I've taken will be something which can be solved by 2 or 3 methods. It's not about that you are solving that problem. It's about you are solving that problem with the most efficient method, and that is what we will discuss. Okay, so let me just share the screen, and
You
so
should. Everyone, please give a +1 for for Siddharth Hazra. He's sweating a lot. Okay, he's sweating a lot. You
so
just need to
yeah.
give him a +1 for him.
So I think that this screen is visible to you all now. And the first problem is, as you can see, check if string is rotated by 2 places or not. So we are given with 2 strings A and B. The task is to find if the string B can be obtained by rotating another string A by exactly 2 places. So that is what the problem is. That is what the problem is. Okay. Now we have to just see one thing. Let's take an example. The example is that let's take two strings. Okay. I hope that now my whiteboard is also visible. Okay. So let's take 2 strings. Let's say that string A is
Uh, did you share the question with us, Abhinav?
okay. So I'm just sharing a link with you guys. Okay, so that you can just place it on the chat. Okay, okay. So I think that's okay now. That's fine. So let's start with the problem, which is 2 strings. Okay. So you can see one thing that we are given with 2 strings A and B, as I told you. So let's take that our string A is geeks. Okay, and our string B is this particular string. Okay, you have to check basically that if the string B is formed by doing some two rotations, some two rotations on string A. So if we make some two rotations on the A string, after that can we get the B string or not? That is what we have to do. Okay. Now, rotations means we can either do the left rotations or the right rotations. So we have to check for both the things. So I think that after just seeing this thing, maybe many of you are just wondering about the inbuilt function, which is rotate. How many of you knows about the rotate function? That rotate function which is present in, I think, in both the in all the languages, in Java, C++. We all have a rotate function that basically rotates a particular string by some indexes, whatever we want, maybe by 1 index or 2 index. Okay. So if you take just one more case, so it can be like this also. It can be like this also. Here you can see that we have done two left rotations, and here we have done some two right rotations. Okay, so just a +1 in the chat if you are getting this thing, that how we are these rotations are done. So if we will just take this string as geeks. Okay, so in this string geeks, what we have is that let's say that let's make one left rotation. So one left rotation means that all the characters of the string will come one index to its left. So currently this is the string which is geeks, and this is the new string. Let's say the indexes are just blank. E will come at its left. It will be E. This will be here. It will be E. It will be here K, then S, and then this will be basically at the last position. So it is just something circular rotation, since circular rotation is there. Okay, we are assuming it is a circular string. Fine. Now, the next thing is just let's take that we have to take two rotations. So we have to again make one more rotation on this particular string, which is double EKSG. So we can make the next rotation here. So it will be like EKSG E. And that is what you can see is written here. That means that B can be obtained by two left rotations of that original string A. Okay? Similarly, if we will do two right rotations of it, you will get something like this. Two positions will be on the right side. So this Z will be here, E will be here, this E will be here, and this will be at the start. So it will be KSGE. So just tell me that if this rotation thing is clear to everyone, how we are making rotations in a string, so that we can move forward. Okay, fine. So it is clear to everyone. Okay, great. Now the thing is that we have to check basically that whether this B can be found by rotation of A or not. So let's take that string A is Abhinav. Let's take this A as small only. Okay, let's take the small letters only. And we have to, let's say, make two left rotations. So it will be something like this. Let's say I have written here. Let's say I have written here now B, and I will ask you that whether this particular B can be formed by two rotations of this A or not. Can it be found? Just tell me. Can it be achieved by making two rotations on string A? Can this B string can be achieved? No, that cannot be achieved. Okay, this is what we have to find. We have to just find for the two rotations, not for the other, only two rotations. So obviously you will see, sir, we can simply take string A, we can take string A, and then what we can do, we can just simply make first two left rotations to it. Then when we will check that whether it is equal to B or not, then we will make two right rotations on that original string A, and then we can just compare it with the B. That is the brute force approach that you are thinking of maybe. But that approach will take something of the inbuilt function rotation, or if you are doing the rotation, there are something different things which are going on. Maybe some extra space can be taken. Now the thing is, we have to do this thing without making rotations. So for that, what we can do, if you will just observe that thing more precisely, the thing is that, let's say, if we have the string as geeks, or let's take coding. Okay, let's say we have coding, and we are making two left rotations to it. This is two left rotations and two right rotations to it. We will not use the X testing. Okay, let's see that after making two. So yes, can you just help me that after getting two left rotations, what will be the string we will obtain for this coding?
You're getting two left rotations. So will it be
Yeah.
DINGCO?
Dinko. Okay, and similarly for the right,
If it
will
would
be,
have been ding dong, then I would have been much happier.
yeah. So sure. So here we can just take like this. Now, guys, just observe one thing. The thing to observe is that when we are making two
You have rotated
rotations,
in the right. If you're rotating it by right by two characters, no?
yeah,
So is it the same string that you will be getting, or will you getting something else? I am wrong or you are wrong?
I think that it should be
If
right.
you rotate the
Siddharth,
given
can you just
string by
verify?
right, if you rotate the given string, I think you will
This
get.
is N. This is NG or HG.
This is N. This is N. Obviously, this is N.
Okay, this is in. Okay, fine, fine.
Okay. Yeah. So that is what we can do. Yeah, Mr. Brun, you are right. That is what we will do. Okay. The thing is, guys, there is no need of this rotations. The only thing is that when we will make two left rotations, so what will be our first index in our this D will be the first index. So what we can do when we are doing the left rotations, that means we are starting from D, then I, then N, then G, and then C and O. This is what we are doing. And when we are doing this for the right, then we are starting from the last second N, G, then C, O, D, I. This is what we are doing. So instead of making rotations, we can just start from the, for the left rotation, we can just start from the D. Okay, so it's confusing. So let's again do this thing. Let's again understand this thing. It's okay. Yeah. So what I'm saying, that when we are making the left rotation, so ultimately what we are doing, our third character is not a first character. Getting? Our third character is not a first character. So means, if in this original string only, if we will just start from the third character, meaning first D, then I, then N, then G, and then, because it is just like a circular string, then C, then O, it will be fine. It will just what we want. It is just what we want. Similarly, if we have to get the right rotation, so the first string is N, that is the last second basically. So for that you can see, first we have to do N, then G, then C, then O, then D, then I. That is for the right rotations. So this is what we can do. Okay, now the most basic approach to do this particular thing is to just iterate from the given string A with string B. Okay, that is the most basic approach that we are going to do. Okay, so just am I clear to you all? Just Siddhartha, can you please confirm? Is it clear to what I am saying?
Yes, Abhinav sir, you are absolutely very clear.
Okay, yeah. So this is what we are doing basically. Now, if I will just ask you, just write a small pseudocode for this thing. Okay, so if we will just write a pseudocode for what we are thinking of, so what we will do is that we will one more thing. There is also one base condition, or you can say the first thing which we have to compare. Okay, so do that rotations afterwards. Just answer my question. That what is the one base condition that we will first check before continuing this thing? Before checking for this rotation, there is one basic condition that we have to check. What is that basic condition? What should be the relation between A and B? It should be that the length of A exactly bharat, the size of A should be equal to the size of B. That is the first thing that we will do. Okay, so now what we will do here is that first let's do the things that we are just observing. Okay, so first let's write here.
Actually, they are busy left shifting you and right shifting you.
I am seeing the comments. Okay, that is why I'm saying. Okay, so let's just check that if the, so we can also just store it in two variables so that we can also use it later. We will just not again find the length. So we can store it in n1 is equal to str1 dot length, and similarly we can write n2 str2 dot length. Is this thing okay? Fine. Now if n1 is not equal to n2, okay, then we can simply return false, because then it cannot be present here. Ashish, focus on the problem. Just don't focus on displaying your comment. It will be just this displays for some 1, 2 or 5 seconds. Focus on the problem what we are doing. Okay, fine. So if n1 is not equal to n2, then we have to return false. Okay, fine. Now the second thing that we have to observe. Okay guys, just tell me one thing. First we will check for the clockwise rotation or the left rotation, and then we will check for the right rotation. Okay, so first let's do for the left rotation. Now just tell me one thing guys, that for the left rotation, what will be the starting index? What will be the starting index of this A if we are doing the left rotations? So you can see that in this left string, it is starting from basically the second index. It is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the second index. So we have to start from the second index of this A Or basically, if we are at the ith index of this B, so we should be at the I plus 2th index of this A. I hope this is clear. You can see here, you can see one thing. The ith index of this left is equal to the I plus 2th index of this A. You can just write quoting. And
Abhinav,
yeah.
Abhinav, sorry to interrupt. Is black theme there because it's already 1:01 a.m.? So is the black theme present for Miro board? Can you just quickly confirm?
Sorry for that thing, but I don't think that there's a black support for it. I'm just checking that if I can get that.
Because preference.
Can you
Okay.
just Google it? Can you just Google it? Just that thing, and can you tell me that how we can make
Okay.
black thing and Miro
Okay.
black?
Okay.
Till then, I'm just continuing. Okay, great. So this is
Okay.
what
So
we
Sure.
do.
for today, I think okay.
Yeah. So now what we will do is, okay, for the left, what we will do is that we will just continue. Let's take a while loop, okay, or yeah, you can just take a I. So I will be start from 0, and then while this I is less than n, we will just continue. Okay. Now the thing is, guys, that we have to compare the ith index of B with the I plus 2 index of A. Okay, that is what we have to do. Now, if, and we can also have a check here. Let's take Boolean left. That will be initially true only, and right, that will also be. Okay. Now, we will make here that if the ith index of B is not equal to the I plus 2th index of A, in that case, we have to make our, uh, we have to make our left is equal to false, and we have to break. That means left rotations cannot be there. Left rotation cannot be there. One more thing to observe is, guys, that there will be a case when this okay, so we can take a for loop here. I think for loop can also be taken, so there is not a need for that. You can just ignore this thing, and for loop can be taken, okay, which is from 0 to n1, let's say, because both the size are same. Here we have to also make mod n1. The reason being that the index should be between 0 to n1. Fine. So this is what we are doing here. Okay. So yeah, I am just reading the comments. It's okay. So the only thing is just focus on the problem too. Okay. Fine. So this is what we will do. So just tell me that if this left implementation is clear, that if the ith index of that B is not equal to the I plus 2th index of that A, then we will just make that, yeah, left rotation is not possible, and we will just break. Okay. Is this clear? Just a +1 in the chat, and we will move for the left for the right rotation. Now we will check for the right rotation. Okay. Thanks. Okay. Great. Now let's copy the same thing for the left too, and there will be very small changes for the right. Okay, and you guys are going to help me for this change. So as I told you that in left our index is starting, means if we are at ith index in
Abhinav,
this yeah.
I wanted to interrupt for 1 minute. Like somebody has said that nice observation. So is it? I wanted to confirm from Sudha. Is this nice observation for the question that we have asked, or is it for the question? Or is it for the question?
Yeah, I think it is for the question. It is for the question. Okay.
Yeah, you can carry forward. You can carry forward. Jokes apart.
So yes, okay. So the thing is usual that here when we will do I plus 2, so I plus 2 is that when the I is iterating from 0 to n1, and when we are making I plus 2, so there is a point when this I plus 2 will become greater than or equal to n1. But we can't make that thing because that thing cannot be handled. That will be out of bound. So basically, to handle this thing, we will take the mod with n1 so that the range will be between 0 to less than n1. Is this clear, Ujjwal? I hope. Let's continue. Now, as I told you, for left, the ith string, the ith index of this B string should be compared with the I plus 2th index of this A string. Now, this thing for here there is a quite change. Here is a quite change. The change is similarly here also we have to do the same thing. The ith index, but it will not be compared with the I plus 2th. It will be basically compared. In this case, you can say it will be plus 4 basically because the size is 6. Okay, so it will be something size minus 2 because you can see that here in this case the size of this thing is 6. So let me just do this again. If we are at coding, so its right rotation will be something this. So if we are at the ith string at this B string, this is B string, this is A string. So that will be present at something I plus 4th index of that A string. And this is how we will continue. And how we will get this 4? This 4 is basically size minus 2. That 4 is basically size minus 2 because in the right rotation, the first string of this B, the first character of this B is basically the last second character of that A. Okay? Fine. So this is what I think. Now, similarly, we will just write here n1 minus 2. Okay? This will be something here, n1 minus 2 as I told you. Okay? And then we can just check this thing. But here we have to also make it right. Okay? This is what we will do. And after that, if the left rotation is possible or the right rotation is possible, we will just return true. Otherwise, we will return false. So if right or left, we will return true. Means yeah, that particular is possible. And otherwise, we will return false at the end. The complete logic of this problem is just between the line number 21 and the line number 36. The thing is that when we are doing the left rotations, okay, then the ith index of B is to be compared with the I plus 2th index of A. But if we are doing the right rotation, then it is not a second, it is second from the last, which is n minus 2th index. And this is how we are doing. Let's compile this code. Okay, so we have got some, okay, so we have basically str1, str2 here, and we have got A and B that is written in the problem, no problem. So instead of this, what we can do, we can just take A and B here also, and here also. That is a very basic thing. Because here it was in A and B, so I just solved the problem according to that. That's not a big deal. And I think that otherwise it is clear. Let's now again compile it.
Actually, Abhinav, your focus was more on the comment side. That is why you committed this error.
No, I was just focusing that the students are understanding or not. I'm just reading that comments. Yeah. So yeah, that is what you can see the right answer is there. And let's also check for a custom input. Let's make it wrong so that it should be checked for the wrong false case also. And then we will just submit it. I hope that this problem is now clear to everyone. Okay. Now let's submit it.
There is a question for you from Sudha. Sudha is saying, can we make both if statements in the same line so that we can avoid a few lines?
Yeah, sure. We can do the same thing. We can do exactly the same thing. The only thing there is that in that case, we should not have to implement this break. Otherwise, if the left will be false, it will break and fall right, it will not be checked. Fine. So it will check for the right, and so in that case, we have to remove this break condition. Okay. I hope this thing is clear to everyone. Just write a +1 in the chat, and then we will move forward to the next problem.
There's no need to write +1. You can write Abhinav OP. That's what he deserves as of now. It's almost 2 o'clock and still he's doing the problems for you. And tomorrow he has to
It's
attend college as
almost
well.
1 o'clock.
Tomorrow he has to attend college. Still he's doing it for you. So you have to write a +1. You have to write Abhinav OP. There is nothing short of that.
We want justice. Okay. Okay.
So
Abhinav,
I think that this thing is
what
clear.
justice is it talking about?
And that's true, to be honest. Like Abhinav is in his third year and we are in the fourth year. So we treat Abhinav as our small brother. Like, yes, we do treat him as our small brother. In reality, also, like when we have a call or something, we have that.
Yeah, exactly. And when I have joined Geeks for Geeks, so these are the two people who helped me basically for learning the things, because that time I was just new. So how the things are going, how to do the things, and now I am doing the live with you guys. So it's amazing, and that's great. So Usual is
Again,
asking that.
I'll say a diplomatic reply कि जब आईएएस में हो जाता है तो मेरे माता जी, मेरा पिताजी, मेरे भाई जी, मेरे बहन जी सबका योगदान रहा है मेरे सक्सेस में.
So exactly. So okay, so Usual is asking ki can, yeah, so another approach can be the basic approach, that we can just rotate with the help of a rotate function, and then we can solve the problem. Okay, I think that will be the approach. Fine. So great, guys. So I hope that this problem was clear to everyone, so that we can move towards the next problem.
Okay, so
You can observe that
the comment section. So the comment section is now open for the next 1 minute, and we would resume post 1 minute. So now you can just have informal things, and even Abhinav and we all three would participate for the next 1 or 2 minutes, and then we would again, when we will have the same session again. See, talking about in general, these sessions do take a lot of time, like 4 hours, and we have some commitments too, like someone might have a college to handle, because at the end it is just an internship for a college going student, so we have some other commitments too. So when we would mutually won't have any commitment for 4 hours and we are free, then so this 4 hour stream would be a little bit volatile.
Siddharth,
Sir, which
why are you saying a college going student? Why don't you directly say Abhinav?
Okay, fair enough. So yes, let's see. Someone has asked something. Sir, which college from you both? Okay, so tell me the college of you, Abhinav.
Yeah, I am from Hardcore Butler Technical University, Kanpur. So it is one of the state universities of Uttar Pradesh, and recently my college university has completed 100 years. So it is one of the oldest university of India. I have flexed everything.
Okay. Yeah, yes.
I'm from Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology. Again, another college from Uttar Pradesh state only. It is just below HBTU Kanpur. That is from the college where Abhinav is from.
Mm, my college has nothing to flex. It's a small college in Kolkata, Netaji Subhash Engineering College. Okay, let us move forward.
I think this comment is for me.
So guys,
No, this
just
comment is for me. For you, it's very fast. Like for me, people do ask me that, can you please explain a little bit fast? So I think me and Yash make a perfect transition, not a smooth one, but a very steep one. Like I am very slow, the slowest among the all three, and Yash is the fastest among all three. And if we go one after other, we have a lot of transition. So let's go. Okay, let us move forward then. Abhinav, we have around 45 minutes left.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay,
So
let's
Yeah,
move
after
as
45
forward.
minutes, you can
uh,
resume your shopping.
Ascii is asking what Abhinav sir is pursuing. I am also pursuing BTech only. Don't worry.
Abhinav is pursuing English honors. I think so.
Okay. So guys,
Actually,
just
he is doing MA from Bholanath University of Technology.
okay. So
Okay, so the first one answered by Abhinav is the correct one. The rest of ones were just we were having. What are the previous live stream? You can find them in the current CGPA. What is the current CGPA? This is very interesting. I have a good CGPA. I can flex that because that is online.
yeah,
So what,
mine is
Abhinav,
eight.
yours?
Mine is eight. So
Okay,
before the last semester I was 8.5, but last semester was just so I was I am 8.
okay. Yeah, Yash.
7.92.
Okay, so then I'm the topper here. I have a CGP of 8.9, but
Okay.
contrary to that, I just went to college. I just counted it also. I went to college for just 14 days for the whole BTech. Till the fourth year, up till now, from the first year till this point of time, I went to college only 4 days. 14 days, sorry, 14 days. 7 was exam and 7 was the normal one. Okay. Okay. What 10 ही चलेगी 10 ही चलेगा कोई भी Okay, don't know. And this CGPA is due to the online. This CGPA is due to the online examinations, not offline. No, no, no.
What do you have?
GFG interns life is not good. Trust me, it's not good. It's very depressing because see, after talking, see, we are talking for 4 hours. Okay, so after this, suppose after just completing this, we won't feel like talking to anyone. Okay, so talking for the whole day in videos or something, many a times it gives the people around you a perspective that you are an introvert, even if you are not. Like we can't go out, we can't go out, we can't make commitments that we would watch, go here, go there. Okay, so that gives us a perspective that we are introvert, but we aren't. Okay, we
All
live
of you, all of you can
on
write.
a video.
All of you can just one minute. All of you can write understood in the chat if you have understood what Siddharth is indirectly trying to say. Understood in the chat quickly.
No, 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 that's not what I'm trying to say.
Understood
uh,
quickly in the chat.
okay, okay. Okay. Is your college under WBT Macau? Yes, my college is a part of Techno India Group. Okay, that is under WB, not WBT, it is under Macau. Okay. What do you do during depression times? Life becomes boring. Never really had a depression. Had a had a bad phase, but never really had a depression. The good, bad, everything happens. You need to see the good things and you need to move forward. You need to see the bad things and remain grounded. This is what you can do. I think so. Abhinav, हो गया break?
Yeah, he
चलो,
Yeah.
let's move
he
forward.
has
So
he was having he was
I'm
taking
ready.
his protein shake and now he is done with it.
So there can be
Now
one more
he
scenario that he just told that he just conveyed to his girlfriend that only 40 minutes is left. After that, we can have a talk. How do people good at coding? Any suggestion for beginners? I don't think so. Everyone good at coding was once a beginner like you, who were going on all streams and asking for suggestions. We all did that. We aren't an exception. डेटा स्ट्रक्चर्स करते हैं डिप्रेशन में, नो ब्रो, डेटा स्ट्रक्चर्स नहीं करते, मूवी वगैरह भी देखते हैं हम लोग, मस्ती भी करते हैं. क्यों भाई? We see movies, we go out, we have a normal life. Okay, we don't code all day. Like I don't really code all day. What about you, Yash? How many hours do you code?
uh, regarding the work, almost it's 6 hours a day. The work is almost 6 to 7 hours a day. content
Okay.
planning and recordings and teaching.
So my compressing my studies and the work, I have a screen on time of around 9 hours 30 minutes. I have. What
Actually,
about you?
actually, he is a Apple user. Actually, he is an Apple user, so he gets all the stats in details. That is what he is trying to say.
Yes, it's true, but no. Okay, so Abhinav, what
Yeah.
is how many durations you code on a day?
On a day, I think currently I'm just coding at. I think if I just add the
Earning.
time which I am also teaching, so that will be something 2 3 hours. But by my own that I am just sitting and coding, so it's just 1 hour for these days because there are some busy days, some hectic days. So I'm not just doing it for me. Otherwise,
Okay.
I will just recommend you that code till you get it interesting. Okay, whenever you are liking it, if you are liking it, just code. When it seems to be depressive, when it seems to be boring, don't code. Just go to the other thing. Take chill. Do college work, do assignments, do the unnecessary assignments, but don't code. If you are interested, then only. So I think that at least per day 2 hours should be there.
Which laptop are you guys using? Abhinav, you? We and Abhinav have the same laptop.
Yeah.
Which one, Abhinav?
So we have MacBook Air.
Okay. Yash, you have a gaming laptop.
Yeah, I
Which
have
one?
HP Omen 16. HP Omen 16.
Okay. So basically, Sweta Bhagat, this is not the scenario. By the way, high five to your last high five, same pitch. By the way, this is not that greatly true because see, hitting the gym and getting muscles and coding is kind of very same. Okay, it's not that you hit the gym, you one day you are just doing it for 7 day, 7 hours or 8 hours. It is not the scenario in coding and in muscle building. In either of the scenarios, consistency matters a lot. Like even if you just see the stats, even if so we have a solve, so if a person has a solve count of 900, if solved 900 problems, good problems, then he would be a very good coder. Okay, so if for from first year to third year, if you're solving one good problem each day, then, even if you remove the 65 days, then after that, even if you remove 65 days a year, and after that third year, okay, per year, after you would have a solve count of 900. Okay, just showed you the stats. If someone
There's
is
one comment
solving
that I
good
wanted
problems,
to highlight,
hard problems,
Siddharth.
make Avinav your our foreign minister. He is so diplomatic. Okay, don't ask, you will get
But I think
depressed. We
Jaishankar
have
is doing a good enough job.
Okay, no, this is not true. Absolutely, you won't get depressed. To be honest, you would be inspired. Okay, to be honest, you would be inspired. Why? Because we all three of you went with a budget of around 30 or 40K laptop. Okay, and Abhinav bought a MacBook few months ago, and he asked me, भैया MacBook में तो कुछ समझ ही नहीं आ रहा करे कैसे settings कहाँ पे होता है. Okay, so I told him settings is not, it's called system preference. Okay, so Yash has done the same. He is managing everything on his own now. Okay, and the new laptop is bought by him. Okay, he is working hard for it, like from 10 to 1. So for, let's take the example of today only, from 10 to the 2 a.m., where people are enjoying, where everyone is scrolling reels. We are sitting on this arena to get you done. Okay, so we can't make anyone depressed, rather we can inspire, I think. Talking about me, I think so. Off with a like, okay, let's move forward. People are taking wrong hints to it. Okay, let's move forward. Let's not talk about it. No, let's move forward.
Okay.
Okay. Avinav, you can start off.
Yeah. So I was just wondering the type of audience here that so the type of questions I should take. So I have some bunch of question in my list. I was just thinking. So okay, guys, we will have a doubt session. There's some 5 10 minutes at the last. But before that, let's solve some more problems. Okay, 1 or 2 more problems. So I was just thinking to take a hard problem, but as the response on the last problem, the audience is just somehow beginner level. So
Okay, so
we
what we
take.
can do is we can simply have a voting session. Like if you think you are an intermediate, comment I. If you think you are a beginner, just quickly comment B to save time. Just quickly comment down if you're intermediate. Abhinav would move forward with a harder problem. If you are a beginner, Abhinav would move with a simple problem. Okay, how to build coding logic? Please tell me. So see, coding problem, coding queries, like how to do it, how to do this, do that. Just try to align it with the maths. Okay, suppose you ask me, can we create a poll? Do you know how to create a poll? Okay, so yes, let's talk about this, like how to create logic. Okay, so improving logic building. Let's try to do answer this in terms of maths. So let's suppose you are asking how to solve maths problem. The most simple answer is solve a lot of problems, gain a lot of experience, then you would know how to solve a particular problem. Same way, it is the same thing. Logic building, if you have a good mentor, if he is teaching how to reach to that logic. So, one thing you can speed this up is by not focusing on the solution, but rather focusing on how to get to the solution. If you focus this for around 200 to 300 problems, you would see that you have seen a significant growth on this. Okay, so many are intermediate, many are beginners, but intermediate are more at this point of time. So you can move forward with this, Abhinav. I think so.
Yeah.
But try to keep it with respect to beginners also.
So for the intermediate thing, for the harder problem.
Yeah, you can move forward with the harder problems,
Okay.
but please explain the small
So,
concepts also with
okay.
respect to
So
beginners.
before, sure. So okay, guys. So the beginners who are beginners, don't think that you will not understand anything. You will understand. That is what I am guaranteeing you. But you have to be focused on that. Okay. And surely, if you will just be focused for this next 20-25 minutes, then surely you will be going to learn a new topic for all the beginners who are there. Okay, this problem is going to be a problem on recursion and DP. Okay, that is just memorization recursion. That will be there. Okay, the
Look at the
thing is,
comment.
and also guys, we don't have
DP is
500
saying
likes
that
now also.
DP has something to say for you. DP
Oh,
has
love
something.
you too. Love you everyone who are watching this stream. The thing is that we don't have 500 likes till now. So I just want before end of this live, I just want 500 likes at least. So just hit the like button, okay, and let's move forward to the hard problem. So the problem is based on dynamic programming. Okay, let's just say the problem. Okay, so can you just please, Siddharth, can you just please move my screen to the board?
Done, sir.
Yes, it is. Your screen is visible.
Great. So the problem is form a palindrome. We are given with a string, okay, and what we have to do? We have to make some insertions in that string so that the final string is a palindrome. This is what we have to do. Now, the thing is how we can achieve this particular thing. Let's take an example. Let's take a very basic example for understanding this particular thing. Let's take this example, this case only, which is A, B, C, let's say. This is a string given to us. Okay, so can just you tell me that what will be the resultant palindrome string which can be found with minimum insertions? With minimum insertions. If you will see that we have this ABC, we can make ABCBA out of it. We can make CBABC out of this. And this both the string require two insertions to be a palindrome. Getting? This is what we have to do. Now, there can also be a case that the things are slightly different. Let's say the thing is like this. In this case, the minimum number of operations are just one. Okay, that is we have to insert a here, and that is only what we want. So this is the second case which we want here. Okay, great. So here we just want the one insertion, one operation only. There can also be a case that the given string is already a palindrome, just like in this case ABA, this is already a palindrome. In that case, we will return 0. We have to find the minimum number of insertions so that the resultant string is a palindrome. Okay, we don't have to output the resultant string, we have to output the minimum number of operations. That is what we have to output. So let's see how we can perform this thing and how. So just, is this problem is clear to everyone? Is this thing clear to you, so that we can move forward with the logic part, how we can perform this thing? Okay, is this thing clear to everyone? Just one in the chat and we will just move forward to the logic part, the approach part. Great. So it is clear to everyone. Okay. Now guys, the next thing. Okay. So let's take an example. Example is, let's say, A, B, C, B. This is the example. Okay. No, that is not the answer, Mr. Blue. It is not number of unique letter minus. Maybe it is passed for the given cases to you, but no, it is not the answer. Okay. Let's see what we will do. So when we compare that whether a string is a palindrome or not. So let's say that this is a palindrome string. What happened? I think that there's a.
I think there is error somewhere. Just let me resolve it. Let me see. Sorry. Let me add everything. Okay, just let me change the. I think this is not correct. Sure.
Okay. Fine.
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Okay. Okay, now let's take a string which is A, B, C, B, A. We all know this is a palindrome string. The thing is how we can check this thing. So for checking, we will take 2 pointers approach. We will take 2 pointers approach. The first will be at the first character and second will be at the last character. Okay. Now what we will do, we will just compare the character. Yeah, A, this first and last character are equal. Then what we will do, we will move forward. Now we will point to our next characters. If they are equal, we will again move to our next character. This is also equal. Then we will just collapse and it will be just, this is a palindrome string. This is what we will do. The similar thing we have to do for the given string also. So let's say the given string is A, B, C, B. This is the string given to you. So for this given string, if we will take a pointer here, now the thing is that you can see that this A and this B is not equal. The thing is that either there are 2 conditions for it. The 2 conditions are that either we add, so the string is like this. There are 2 possible conditions so that the end characters are same. Either we add a here or we add a B here. These are the 2 possible cases. These are the 2 possible cases for R. So is this thing clear or not? Just tell me one thing. Currently we are just focusing on the corner characters. We have to make them equal because that's the first step. So for making them equal, if they are not equal, for making them equal, there are 2 cases basically. The first is either we add a B here or we add a here at the last position. Okay, this is what we have to do. So I hope that this is clear to everyone. Fine. Now, similarly, when we will get this thing for this A and B, we will again do the same thing recursively. So here we have made 2, you can say there are 2 recursive calls basically for a same approach. Okay, and then we will just move forward to this position, to the next position for both the cases. So for this case, you can see that there are currently one operations done, and you can see that now we have a palindrome here. So this, using this particular operation with only one operation, this string is palindrome that we got. But if we will continue that thing with here, with this particular string, we have to again do this for this case. So again we will have two different conditions. It can be BAC AB, or it can be BCA BCB. These are two different conditions. So this is how we have to make. As I told you, we don't have to output the final string. We have to output the number of okay. So the thing is, Karunakar, that in that first case, at the last we will get the answer. But for that answer, our number of operations will be greater. But we want our minimum operations. So we will just make a check that we will take the minimum value of all the other operations, the minimum of that. That is what we'll do. So let's, and also the thing is that we don't want this B. We don't, yes, we are getting that thing. Just give me some time, okay? The thing is that we don't want to convert this to a new string. We just want to count the number of operations. So let's see how we can count the number of operations, okay? You can see one thing here, that let's take string is A, B, and let's say CB as we have taken, okay? What we will take, we will take 2 pointers here. Now what we will do, in each, because you can see that these two are not equal, these two values are not equal. What we will consider, that in first case, what we will do, we will just move forward to the next of A. And what we will consider that this A is paired with some imaginary A here. And that A can be founded by a operation. So let me just explain you this thing in Hindi. Okay, हमने क्या ऑब्जर्व कर लिया इस पहले वाले में कि हम इस वाले पॉइंटर को आगे ले गए. हमने ये ऑब्जर्व किया कि यहाँ पर एक A है इस B के बाद में जिससे ये वाला A पेयर कर रहा है. एंड वो A हम लोग कैसे ला सकते हैं? हम लोग एक इंसर्शन का ऑपरेशन करके वाला A ला सकते हैं. हमने आगे लिखा हमारा काउंट है वो +1 हो चुका है. हमने एक ऑपरेशन कर लिया इंसर्शन का. दिस इज व्हाट वी आर डूइंग हियर. इन दिस केस we can do A, B, C, B, and we are assuming a temporary B here, that this B is paired to B, and now we are pointing here. Okay. Similarly, we will do this for other cases, and when we will that both the pointers I and J will just go to the same position, or if they will just cross each other, that means we have checked, and at the last we will return the value. So let's implement this logic, because while implementing, the explanation will be clear to you, will be better for you. Okay, great. So what we will do, that in the code part of this thing, we will also create another, you can say another function. So what does that function will do? That function will be used for the recursive calls, basically. That will be used for the recursive calls. So let's call it recursion only, because that is used for recursion.
Abhinav, before you move forward, just I am catering this particular comment that can CABAC be considered for the case that you were considering?
Which one?
For the test case that you were considering, can you consider CABAC as well for it?
BAC.
CABAC.
CABAC.
Can you consider this thing?
So that is not possible, because from this is not possible now. You can see.
Okay.
Yeah. So that is a wrong, means we can't get this CABAC from this particular string, because we can't make the deletions. We can only make the insertions here.
Can you do a dry run for BABCD?
For what? BAB? CD?
CD. CB.
For this one, for this one.
Yeah, B, yeah.
Yeah, so for that we are just making that we are assuming that this B is paired with some B which is present at this particular index, some imaginary B, and we have just left that B. We have moved forward, and that is basic. That B can be considered from an extra operation which we have done, from extra operation that we have done. So we are basically what we are doing. We are doing the things. Okay, so dry run for yeah. I think that. Okay, Sudha. So the thing is that when we will just implement the logic, then maybe it will be very clear for you. Okay, how the things are going on. The thing is that whenever our two pointers will not be equal, we will just assume that let's say that if this is not equal, we will make a similar character, equal character at the left side. If the right pointer is not, if the right pointer is not equal. So if you can see here, this right pointer was not equal. So I have just thought of key there should be a B present in the right, in the left, so that it can be paired, and that B can be found with the help of operation. Similarly here, this can also be found. Okay, this is what we are basically doing here. Let's move forward. Okay. So we will write a recursive
So,
function. Yeah.
so Sudha, are you clear with it? You can just quickly comment down. Are you clear with it up till now? If you're not
Yeah.
clear with something, if there's something still stuck, you can comment that. We will answer that for you. Thanks, Adarsh, for your comment. Abhinav, you can proceed further.
Okay. Okay. Thanks for that. So this was the thing which we are basically considering now. Now the thing is, key. Yeah. So the thing is that we will have two pointers L and R here. Okay, and we will have this string. So let's just in that recursive call, let's take these two things, that N and that R, and it will be a string S. That will be taken. Let's take this string and L and R. Now, in a recursive, we will first have our base condition. The base condition will be that we will check that if our L will become equal to or greater to R, that means we have checked for all the indices. In that case, we will just return. So let's see afterwards that what we will return. Let's first check for the recursive condition. So see guys, let's say that our string is something like this. And we are here. Our L is here, our R is here. This is the case. In this case, you can see our character at SL is equal to character at SR. In that case, can you please tell? Can anyone please tell that what we will do? This is the case. If our character at L is equal to character at R, then what we will do? Just write in the chat
Should I
box.
do a? Should I shift my pointers?
Yeah, but how?
If they both are same, then I don't need to add any character.
Yeah, so I think that then we will just make our L2 here and R2 here. So it will be just
L minus
L
minus
plus
and
plus.
L plus plus R minus minus.
Yeah, exactly. So we will just write here. We will just write here that if our SL, okay, is equal to SR, so we will just recursively call the same recursive function, but now for L minus 1, sorry, L plus 1 and R minus 1. And the string will be same. Okay, is this thing clear? Yes?
Yeah, it's clear to me. I am asking the audience as well.
Fine, fine. Now, guys, the thing is that else, if the else condition will be there, in that case, as I told you, in that case, what we will do, we will take two different conditions. The conditions are that, let's say in this case, let's come out of the original case. If in this case, we will take two conditions. The first condition is that we will move our L pointer. L will be at B and it will be at A. Otherwise, we will move our R pointer. So it is B, I think. And while doing this, we are assuming that there is a we have inserted for this A. and there is a B we have inserted for this particular B. So that will take one more operation also. Okay, so then what we will, and we have to take basically the minimum of these two recursive approaches. In that case, what we will do, we will write that return minimum of, okay, so the first recursive call will be L will be incremented, R will be as it is, and S will be there. The second recursive call will be L will be as it is, R will be decremented, and S will be as it is. Is this clear?
Basically, if you have done some problems on DP based on the concepts that is LCS and other stuff, then you will be understanding it better. Correct, Abhinav? LCS, LPS, and other stuff.
Exactly. So
The-
these are some common problems on which this problem is basically dependent, and it is also a very famous problem. If you see the code, the company tag, so it is asked in Google, Amazon type of companies in Airtel. This is a very important problem actually. Fine. Okay. So now at the last we will just, so this is what we are returning, and the base condition will be that if L will be greater than R, we will just return the value 0. Okay. Now let's call this function here. We'll just return the value of our function recursive. In a starter, L will be 0. It will be str dot size -1, and S will be str. Let's compile it.
Another thing that Abhinav is trying to convey is that basically when you see this particular kind of problem, so why are you using recursion? You are using recursion for such kind of problems because recursion will help you to think, to apply all possible cases. Recursion will help to generate all the possible cases here. So that is why he's applying recursion. And since in recursion, since he's trying to generate all the possible cases, that is why he might have a lot of overlapping sub problems as well. Some of the sub problems for L and R values that might already have been calculated. And for that, if something is already calculated, so you don't want to calculate them again. So that is why he is applying the DP thing here. Correct,
Exactly.
Abhinav?
Now I will implement DP. Before that, Karunakar is asking the line number 25. It is confusing. Okay, I know it is confusing. Karunakar, what we are doing, as I told you, for a problem, we if the characters are not equal, if they are equal, then it is very obvious thing. We have to increment L, we have to increment R. That is what we are doing here. But if they are not equal, so we have to consider two things. First, either we have to add a here so that this A can be paired, and we will just update our L2 here. Either we have to add a B here so that our R should be updated. There will be two cases basically. Okay. So for that cases, we have two recursive calls. We have two recursive calls. Fine.
अभिनव मैं हिंदी में
And
बोलता हूँ एकदम प्योर हिंदी में आपको बताता हूँ तो अभिनव आप वो केस बताएंगे जब कोई कैरेक्टर्स डिफरेंट नहीं होंगे आप एक बार रखेंगे वैसा केस हमारे लिए साफ सुथरे बोर्ड कर
तो कोई डिफरेंट
थोड़ा
नहीं
सा
होगा,
आप
मतलब सारे,
मतलब थोड़ा स्पेस
हाँ,
तो मैं
पूरा
बताता हूँ कि
palindrome
ये
रखना है।
करना क्या चाह रहे हैं हाँ मतलब कुछ भी आप नॉन पैलिंड्रोम सा रख लीजिए जहाँ पे कैरेक्टर सेम ना हो तब हम
So
हमें वही केस
let's
बताना
take
है
it.
ना
हाँ. So let's take it like this.
ओके तो लेट्स से देखिए अगर आपका आई जो है वो ए पे पॉइंट कर रहा है और आर जो है एल जो है ए पे पॉइंट कर रहा है आर अगर आपका बी पे पॉइंट कर रहा है तो आप क्या चाहते हैं आप ये चाहते हैं कि आप एक मूव काउंट करेंगे ऐसा कुछ चाहते हैं करेक्ट ऐसा कुछ कर रहे हैं ना बेटा आप
Exactly.
देखिए
Exactly.
क्या कर सकते हैं यहाँ से या तो हम ये कर सकते हैं कि हम अपने ए से शिफ्ट हो जाए तो हम क्या करें बाकी स्ट्रिंग को बी सी ए बी कंसिडर कर लें ठीक है हम बी सी ए बी को कंसिडर कर लें अभी ना एक केस उसमें बनाएंगे दो केस हमारे
Exactly. तो इसमें हम लोग बेसिकली क्या करने वाले हैं ना कि हम लोग ये मानने वाले हैं, एक केस में लोग ये मानने वाले हैं कि यहाँ इस ए बी सी ए बी के बाद में एक ए लग गया है जो हमने एक इंसर्शन किया है, हमें लगाना नहीं है, हमें सिर्फ एज्यूम करना है. एंड
हमने
बिकॉज
उसको काउंट कर लिया है +1 ऐड करके
हाँ, तो हमने क्या किया, हमने इसको काउंट कर लिया +1 ऐड करके और हमने अपने पॉइंटर्स को जो कि हमारे यहाँ पर थे बेसिकली हमने यहाँ पे बढ़ा दिए.
नहीं हमारा जे पॉइंटर वही था जे पॉइंटर तो बी पे ही था
एग्जैक्टली, तो बेसिकली
R
हमारा
pointer.
जे वहीं पर रहेगा बिकॉज हमने एज्यूम किया कि उसके
R.
आगे एक हमने ऐड किया है, तो वो भी हमने बेसिकली हमने उसको अपडेट तो कर रहे हैं बट वो वहीं पर रहेगा. और जब हम लोग ये मान रहे हैं कि
एक बार फिर से
पहले
बता दीजिएगा अभिनव देखिए एक बार फिर से बताइएगा मतलब जैसे कि मान लीजिए आप वो जो ब्लू वाला ए है उस पे अपना एल रखिए हाँ ब्लू वाले एल पे हाँ वहां पे एल रख लीजिए और आर रख लीजिए, ठीक है। हाँ एल और आर
अब
रखा
आप
हुआ
लोग
है।
देखिए,
अब क्या किया अभिनव ने, क्या कहा कि इमेजिनरीली ये वन ऐड कर रहे हैं तो ए को लास्ट में ऐड कर दे, तो ए को ऐड कर दीजिए। तो जब इन्होंने ए को लास्ट में ऐड किया ना, तो अब फर्स्ट और लास्ट कैरेक्टर सेम हो गए हैं, और यही कंडीशन होती है कि फर्स्ट कैरेक्टर लास्ट कैरेक्टर इस तरह से सिमिलरिटी आनी चाहिए। तो वो सेम हो गया है और इसको वन ऐड करके इन्होंने काउंट कर लिया है। तो अब ये क्या कर रहे हैं ना, अब ये कह रहे हैं कि जब वो कैरेक्टर सेम हो गए तो अब किसको मूव करना चाहिए, एल को मूव कर जाना चाहिए। तो दैट इज व्हाई ही इज मूविंग एल, सो यू कैन मूव एल, right? So that is why he is doing L plus plus. That is what he is doing.
exactly,
Another thing, Abhinav, can
exactly.
you tell us about the second case as well?
Second case is like this. Okay, let me just write in the blue pen only.
Actually, this is as again I would say this is a medium hard level problem. If you have solved a lot of LCS problem, then only you can think of this kind of problem. LCS, LPS, then only you can think of it. या सो हेयर अब वो क्या इमेजिन कर रहे हैं कि जो आर पॉइंटर है वो बी पे स्टैंड कर रहा है। तो ये क्या कह रहे हैं कि वन ऐड कर देंगे, मतलब एक मतलब ये कह रहे हैं कि बी को ऐड कर देंगे स्टार्टिंग में, तो फर्स्ट और लास्ट कैरेक्टर इमेजिनरी तरीके से सेम हो जाएगा। तो इन्होंने क्या कहा कि अब आर वाला सेम हो गया है, तो अब आर को इधर मूव कर देते हैं एक नीचे, ऐसा कुछ। और ये सारे केसेस कंसिडर करते जाएंगे इस तरह से। तो ये सारे पॉसिबल कॉम्बिनेशंस को बना लेंगे, ही विल ट्राई टू मेक ऑल द पॉसिबल कॉम्बिनेशंस, and the combination that will and the particular combination that will give him the minimum number of moves, that is what he will try to print. Is it clear enough?
Exactly,
और इसको
exactly.
ये
So
कैसे कर
ऐसे
रहे हैं,
यहाँ पे
रिकर्शन से
और
कर रहे हैं,
standing है. That is why we are doing recursion. That is why we are doing recursion. Okay. So this
because
is
he is
what
trying
we
to
are
consider all possible combinations, and when you try to think of all possible combinations you should think about recursion. And
recursion.
again in recursion there is one problem. The problem is that, okay, Abhinav, can you just stop sharing your screen for a second? I'll share my screen so that I can tell people why
Yes.
you are doing recursion as well.
Sure,
Okay,
sure, sure.
so let's do this. Okay. So just give me a second. Siddharth, you can like I will be sharing I have shared my
Okay,
screen.
I
You
would
can
add to
add
the
my,
stream. Okay, once you
yeah.
open
Just
the
give
board,
me
I
a
would
second.
add to the stream.
Yeah, is it visible?
Yes, it is visible. You can start off.
Okay, so Abhinav, your recursion is starting from which indexes? Can you tell me? Okay, guys,
Yeah.
forget about all that stuff, right? Forget about all that stuff. Let's say if I, like, see, in Fibonacci numbers you must be comfortable that, okay, if a particular number is calculated or not calculated, I will do it for you once again. So how do I calculate Fibonacci? Like, I will tell you first of all in 1D array, that is for Fibonacci, DP in Fibonacci, then I'll tell you 2D recursion as well. Okay, so first of all I'll tell you about DP thing in normal 1D. So if you will
Okay,
see,
so
this
before
f of,
moving forward, see, many people, some people might be the scenario that some people doesn't know what is a Fibonacci sequence. So can you quickly explain them in just 1 minute?
yeah, so if I'll write this thing, if I'll write this kind of sequence, just give me a second. This thing, and then I'll write this, and then I'll write this, then I'll write this, then I'll write this. So this is a Fibonacci sequence. Why? Because if you will see, so this particular element is nothing but the sum of the previous two elements, right? That is 0 plus 1. If you will look at any particular element, if you will look at this 13, so it is the sum of the previous two elements, okay? So in a Fibonacci number, the nth number is the sum of the previous two elements. Now, if I try
Okay,
to generate the
so
Fibonacci numbers using, yes,
just a sec. So Fibonacci sequence is absolutely very simple. Just the first two terms would be already told to you. And from the third term, you can extract out the terms, particular nth term, by adding the previous two terms. Simple. First two would be defined. Yes, you can move forward.
yeah. Now, see, I can get this thing using recursion. Now, see, what I'm trying to say is I can write a Fibonacci function. Let's say I'm naming this function as f. If I want to find the nth Fibonacci number, so I'll have a base case that if n is equal to 0, then return this thing. If n is equal to 1, then return a 1. Otherwise, what will I return? Otherwise, if I want to calculate the nth Fibonacci number, it will be what? It will be the sum of the n minus 1th Fibonacci number plus the n minus 2th Fibonacci number. Correct? That is what I'll be doing. Now, when I talk about this thing, so what do I mean actually? So if you will see here, if you will see, so what will happen if I say that f of 7 is there, or let's say f of 6 for a smaller case. So f of 6 is there, right? Let's say f of 6 is there, and f of 1 is written as, let's say, like, let's say uh, the f of 1 is, let's say, something like 0, and let's say f of 2 is nothing but 1. So first Fibonacci number is 0, second Fibonacci number is 1. Now I will say that, okay, the sixth Fibonacci number will be nothing but the sum of the fifth Fibonacci number and the fourth Fibonacci number. Then fifth will be what? Sum of the fourth Fibonacci number and the third Fibonacci number. Correct enough? Then fourth will be what? Sum of the third and the second. Then this will be what? Third and the second. Just give me a second. Okay, don't worry, I'll explain this. Why is using the recursion? First of all, I'll explain this example. Then I'll explain it for 2D as well. Okay, so this will be what? F of 2. This would be F of 1. And these are the base conditions. This would be F of 2. This would be F of 1. Right. Right after this part, what will I do? This will be what? This will be F of 2. And this will be F of 1. Correct? That is what I'll be having. Now, if you will see, guys, can I say that this state is already calculated, Abhinav? Correct? How many times you're calculating this? Many times, right? You're calculating a particular state many times. Can I say that? You're calculating a lot of sub problems, right? These are all sub problems. These are all sub problems. And these are overlapping sub problems, overlapping because they are same. So if a particular sub problem is already calculated, you will say that you can use a dp variable that if dp of 3 is already calculated, if the third Fibonacci number is already calculated, if you went down and like let's talk about 4. So if the fourth Fibonacci number is already calculated here, right? So will you calculate it here again? Will you go so much down and calculate it here again? No, man, you will not do that. If it is see, if it is -1, so you can initially you can initialize every dp every number as -1, indicating that it is not calculated. If it is not calculated, you calculate it and store it. So let's say whatever you calculate, you store it, right? Then when you come here, so you see, okay, dp of 4 is already calculated, it is not -1, then you'll directly return from it. Is this part clear? This part is clear? Then I'll proceed further. Is this part
Yes,
clear?
yes, you're trying to explain why recursion is needed. This is what you're trying to explain?
uh I am trying also to explain the dp part here, like why Abhinav is trying to use dp in his approach.
Okay, fair enough. So I think I would just sum up and we would move forward because we have just 4 minutes. Okay, so I would just
Okay,
quickly
sure,
sum up.
sure.
Okay, just keep the board, just keep the board.
Okay, okay,
Let
okay.
me share my screen na, so that we can just write out the DP approach and we can just submit it na,
No,
and
no,
then we can
just
sum
we
up.
would just okay, yeah, just submit it and then I would just sum up and then we can just
Okay,
end.
it will just take
Okay,
1 or 2 minutes and then we will just move forward na. Okay,
okay,
so just yeah.
just submit it.
So now what we will do? So basically do this thing. We will take a DP array. So the constant of strings that we have, you can see it is 5. It is till 1,000. Okay. So that is what we can do. We can take it something like 1,000 and 1,000. Fine. Now what we will do? We will take a memset. Okay. And because what we do, first of all, we'll make all the values of this DP to -1.
I think
Okay.
memset is not available in in Java, so you should use the loops here. That will be much more better.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so for that is not the problem. We can just use a loop here. That is not a big deal.
str.7. Yeah, we
That is
can
not a
use
big
it.
deal, na?
Yeah, fine.
So Siddhartha always just worry about the Java coders too. They should not face any difficulty.
See how Abhinav is betraying us. He is not even able
That
to
or me.
recognize the voice of me or Yash.
Okay. Okay. Uh, okay. So yeah, basically that is what we learned from the batches now by teaching batches set, because in batches we have all type of students from Java and so. And what we will do here, that we
Correct.
will just check it if we have already calculated the value for that L and R. Okay, if that is not equal to -1, we will directly return that value. Okay.
See, memset is used in C++, so as of now, we are not discussing about it. You can read about it on GFG. Basically, it is used to update all the values of a 1D array, 2D array, or something with a particular value at once.
Like this. Else, we will instead of it, we will store that value in an answer. Let's take an answer here. And what we will do is in this answer, we will store the value whatever we are getting. We are not just returning it because we have to store that value in our DPL. This is just a DP implementation, how we are implementing DP. Okay, so if that value, that sub problem is already calculated, if it is not equal to -1, then we are just directly returning it. Otherwise, we are storing it in a particular state. Okay, and then we are just doing this thing for the rest of the thing. We can also compile it. I hope that this should be right. Yeah, it is right. Let's submit this problem. It has got the correct submission. I hope that now this is clear. And I know that this problem was something hard to you all, okay, because many of you are just beginners. Many of you don't know about, maybe that was the first DP problem which you have just encountered. That is okay. But always there is a chance that when you solve start a particular thing, so it's, let's say this is a start for your dynamic programming journey. Now go and just start in dynamic programming. That is a very amazing thing actually in coding. If you're a coder and if you don't if you're not doing dynamic programming, then it's just a waste of time. That's a very amazing thing
Okay.
actually.
Okay. So yes, so that is what when you analyze the recursion code and you see that it is having overlapping sub problems or these or that. So don't think much. Okay, you don't really, we coders don't really draw the recursion tree every time and we see if it is overlapping or not. Okay, whenever we want to optimize recursion, we try to think in terms of DP. Just keep up with this simple statement. No one, after doing a significant amount of problem solving, would draw the recursion tree every time. Whenever we want an optimization over recursion, we move forward with DP because DP is nothing but an optimized recursion. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. We would move forward with the closing things. Okay, so now there would be queries that would persist for KMP algorithm and Rabin curve algorithm, and we didn't touch pattern searching. Let's talk about the formal things first. We didn't touch pattern searching because pattern searching would altogether need another 4 hours. Okay, either we could have devoted the entire 4 hours for just pattern searching because we need to discuss the naive, we need to discuss the LPS algorithm, we need to discuss KMP algorithm, we need to discuss Rabin curve algorithm. And if you observe the LPS array that is a part of KMP algorithm, altogether gives a difference, provides you with a very good amount of problems over strings which are considered as hard. Okay, this is very important that needs to be stated. And moving forward, there might have been mistakes that might have been committed in the last 4 hours. Please understand, we are all humans and we do make mistakes. Okay, fair enough. Any more queries you have? The query window is open for the next 2 minutes, and then we would just close the stream. Okay. If you're struggling with a trust issue, try recursion. It's all about trust. Okay, fair enough. I agree that is not okay. Okay,
Abhinav,
can you
can you
please optimize?
space optimize your approach, Abhinav?
I think that will be even more complex for you guys because you are because there are many beginners here who are not even getting this approach. So you guys can just try by your own, and you can just comment down in the comment section that if you will get a more optimized approach according to the space. If you have got this, you can just comment it down in the comment section, and I will surely reply to it. Okay.
You can DM Abhinav on LinkedIn as well for this question.
Sure, sure,
He will
sure.
give you
You
the
can just
space.
DM me
Yeah,
there.
please irritate him a lot. Please do irritate him a lot.
I
A
have
personal
some
request.
DM. I have some DM pending.
But
I'm not going to reply. Okay, you can try. You can try
Okay.
that thing.
Okay, next session. The next session depends on the availability of the
of
mentors
Abhinav.
mutually. Okay, no, it depends on. Okay, so okay, it depends on the availability of the mentors and the decision from the team itself. So first, the decision from the teams comes down, then the availability of all the three mentors is taken into consideration, and then we move forward with this kind of stream.
If you
Can you
guys are
please see
loving it,
the current simulation for
if you
this?
guys are supporting us, then surely we will just come back with
Yes.
these amazing.
See, the entire frequency of these all 4 hour stream depends on the response. If a 4 hour stream does not have a good response, because for 4 hours, three people are constantly working hard on it. Okay. So if the response is not good enough, this hard work won't be justified. So please understand the importance of the reach of this video. Greater the reach, more the probability. So make sure you comment, make sure you share, and make sure you like the video. Okay, so that this hard work could be justified, or this kind of stream could be planned. Like, see, I'm just telling out the truth. So if this kind of stream is a success, this would be happening all around, not under the hood of Geeks for Geeks, but everyone would start following this kind of trend. Okay, so
Yeah.
outside GFG, you would also see this kind of things. Okay, it might be a thing that we can be the trendsetter, but it can be a trend too. So make sure you give the reach of this video justified enough. Okay, agree, but can be solved at higher. Okay, solving two three
Abhinav, can
problems
you
is enough. Also learning Java language. To solving two three problems daily. If you solve two three problems, let's take the lower bound of it. If you solve two problems per day, that means in 1 year you would be solving around more than 700. So this entirely says that you would be very good with GSA if you solve good amount of problems. Okay, here goes my comment, guys. You okay? So in the chat section, the comment is not visible. So after the stream ends, make sure you come back and you comment on this video. So in the
yeah.
chat, it is not verified because the greater the number of comments, more the YouTube recommendation would help us. Okay.
So just two requests I have from all of you. After this video is over, after we have like while we are in this live stream only, make sure to hit the like button. I can see 39 people are watching. Maybe half of you might have not liked the video, so make sure to like it. And second thing, after this video is over, then refresh your YouTube and come back to the GFG practice channel and make sure to comment understood in the comment section of the video. The normal comment section will be available after the video is over. Make sure to comment understood as well. That will be the best thing that you can do for us.
Okay, so what you can do is you can if you have a feedback that you want to convey, okay, or if you think that this was good, you can mention about the good points. Okay, we mentors smile when we see something for us. And the next thing is that even if you have nothing to comment, make sure you convey, because if you have nothing to comment but you are still commenting, that means you want more streams like this. So this boils down to the conclusion that please suggest us the topics for the next session. Please suggest us, and it would be according to yours. Okay, it sounds like a watching cricket, not bored at all. Okay, fair enough. So who was the most entertaining? Abhinav. No, Yash was the most entertaining today. Today Yash was in a great mood. Yash was in a great mood, to be honest. Okay. Okay then.
Actually, there is some
Uh,
other reason Siddharth knows that.
okay. Yeah. Okay. And that would be revealed after a certain point of time. I think if everything goes well, me and Yash would together give out a good news. What say? Yash?
लोग गलत समझ लेंगे.
Okay.
Okay, how to deal with strings. Okay,
How to deal with strings? Strings needs a lot of practice, and string is not a
String,
easy thing. Is not a easy topic, to be
string
honest.
should be
I
strong.
consider string as a hard topic.
String should be strong if so. If you have to deal with it.
Do all continue to do CP after getting into FANG? So it entirely depends. Okay, like if you love the problem solving part, okay, if you love the problem solving part, people would consider doing CP even after they are pleased. And many great top competitive programmers don't work for any company.
I have example. I have a senior from my college who is in Google currently, whose name is Swapnil and Swapnil sir, sorry, and he's currently in Google, and he also consistently take parts in code forces. Means at least means I think in on all the alternate contests, and he's currently a master at code forces. I don't think that if he wants to just become the candidate grandmaster. Okay, so Abhinav is not going to
Okay,
complete challenge because we have not even crossed 500. I mean, we were having the 1,000 likes, but
so
we
my,
have not even.
okay, so Abhinav just now told that we are not crossed even 500. This means that Abhinav has a threshold in his mind of 500. So let's say if 500 is crossed, we would tell, okay, it's 500 now.
Yeah, so
Abhinav,
as
Abhinav,
it was decided for
Abhinav.
1,000 only.
Okay, so as the like target was 1,000, okay, and we want to save our friend, okay, so either of the ways we are on profit. Just kidding. Okay, so as the right target was 500, but still, Abhinav, do you want to try anything? Like, please let
He, he's
get
he's
tips.
do
Okay,
he's doing some
let's
actually he's doing some shopping now.
okay.
He's still doing big million days.
Okay, so for the next 1 minute, quickly suggest what should Abhinav do in just 1 minute.
I am just really saying that currently there are some 40 viewers in this live stream, and if I will do something that they all will also leave their life. So otherwise, it's
No, I
better to
think
just end the
no, no, no.
podcast.
Coders doing funny things is considered as a good thing. People do ask me, like many of my batchmates do ask me, like तुम ये भी करते हो? तुम ऐसा है? ऐसा करते हो? Okay, okay, singing. Okay. Anyone
Not the
else?
singing thing. Not the singing thing. I think that
Brush teeth maybe? Yes. Okay. Anything else? Anything else? Anything else? Singing, brushing teeth. Funny, funny.
Recommend a toothpaste in the chat.
actually
One dialogue of Raji Rastogi. This is funny. This is funny. This should be done. This should be done. No,
so
these are not feasible. Tell a feasible one. So,
I basically I
one
basically
dialogue of.
don't know I don't know the dialogue for Raju Rastogi. So if there is one, just tell me. A feasible
This
one
is
actually. So I will
okay.
for the
Okay.
500 likes.
Give us a feasible dialogue of Raju Rastogi. Who has asked Amit Kumar? Quickly give us for the next 1 minute.
He's having his protein shake as of now.
Abhinav is hitting the gym.
Actually वो पहले live stream के
शायरी
बाद
में
I'm a
अभिनव का
good
life
wife.
change हो गया.
शायरी में सुना
Actually वो
सकता था
पहले
but the
live
thing
stream के
is
बाद अभिनव का life change हो गया.
No, Abhinav,
आप देख सकते हैं.
Abhinav should say a shairi. What say? Yes.
मैं शायरी
Shairi
बोलता
should.
but मैं शायरी बोल देता but the thing is that most probably
अच्छा
in
चलो
the next
intro दे
10
दो.
days I am going to take a increment. So that will be I'm not
Intro तो दे दो.
getting
नहीं, शायरी होना चाहिए. शायरी होना चाहिए. इंट्रो में तो रैगिंग कुछ हो जाएगा,
कुछ
पॉलिसी
कुछ
वगैरह आ
हॉबी
जाएगा
कुछ
यूट्यूब
हॉबी
का, क्या
कमेंट
पता.
करो.
अरे नहीं
कुछ
नहीं,
हॉबी
पॉलिसी
कमेंट
वगैरह आ
करो
जाएगा
यार.
यूट्यूब का, मत करिए. क्या पता, अभी तो हम लोग को तो यूट्यूबर भी नहीं है. अभिनव तो यूट्यूबर, उसका चैनल डूब गया तो. चलो अभिनव, एक शायरी
हॉबी
होता है.
परफॉर्म करो अभिनव.
जल्दी नहीं, शायरी
ये कोई
परफॉर्म
और
करो.
I'm not getting actually कोई अच्छी शायरी
अच्छा देख के बता दो.
नहीं
देख
नहीं
के
मैं
बोलो.
सोच रहा हूँ सो हाँ एक शायरी है बहुत मतलब मुझे अच्छी लगती है सो आई होप कि इससे मेरे इंक्रीमेंट में कोई फर्क ना पड़े
अच्छा ठीक है, बताओ बताओ बताओ.
इट विल बी कि तुम्हारे नाम के कई लोगों से मिला हूं मैं मगर तुम्हारे नाम के कई लोगों से मिला हूं मैं मगर तुम्हारा नाम सिर्फ तुम्ही पर अच्छा लगता है
वाह,
जस्ट
अरे वाह.
जस्ट
यस,
टू लाइन्स
a शायरी फ्रॉम यू.
अभी अभी याद नहीं है. As of now. अगली बार याद करके आऊंगा.
साइलेंसर शायरी. ओके ग्रेट. ओके.
ये क्या मतलब इसको रट्टा मार के थोड़ी आया है वो यार. वो रट्टा मार के थोड़ी आया है.
इरशाद इरशाद करना चाहिए. हम लोग को इरशाद इरशाद करो रे. हम लोग उतना भी हम लोग भी छोड़ दिए इसको. इरशाद इरशाद कर देते हैं ना बात. ओके चलो, लेट्स एंड दिस स्ट्रीम. सो मच पेन, सो मच पेन.
मतलब वो कुछ होगा.
बिना दुख के शायरी कहा, बिना दुख के शायरी कहा.
दुख तो नहीं था इसमें दुख नहीं था मेरे अंदर ऐसा कोई दुख नहीं था
अच्छा
तो
अच्छा
अच्छी बात
अच्छा.
थी यार
अभी है ना,
वो
कटा
ब्लॉक
नहीं.
अनब्लॉक वो ब्लॉक अनब्लॉक होता रहता है बीच बीच में, इसीलिए वो जाता
नहीं.
रहता है स्ट्रीम छोड़ के एक्चुअली.
अभी मेरी वाली अलग है फेस में ना.
अभिनव एक्चुअली स्ट्रीम के बीच में ब्लॉक अनब्लॉक होता रहता है व्हाट्सएप पे, इसीलिए वो आता जाता रहता है.
चलो,
मतलब वो
let's.
yeah
Okay,
let's pack
so
up
That's it for today. We had a lot of fun towards the end as well as throughout the stream. Okay, so make sure you hit the like button and comment again. Good night, everyone. Have a nice day.
Thank you guys. Good night. Have a nice day. Thank you.
Thanks for tuning in, everyone.